Greetings all, or both. Oh, no, three. Hello, hello, hello. Right, sorry, I just actually forgot to turn my microphone on then. Careless. As you can see, something slightly different today. Let me just scroll this main window back up. Thank you very much. And I think we're ready to go. Yes, something slightly different. What did I do on the weekend? What did I do on Friday? Was it Friday I streamed, or was it Saturday? I can't remember now. I did kind of a story mode of The Last of Us, which was because I was well out of practice. I'd not played for a week, so I couldn't do the kind of speedrun strats or anything. I was intending to do that to kind of start this week, but I'll do it tomorrow. I was toying with the idea of getting the PS3 hooked up, and here we are. We're on the PS3. Everything is working fine. I thought that I'd got a problem with the setup, but it wasn't. Okay, it was quite a funny thing. I've got 4 controllers for the PS3. Why? I have absolutely no idea, but I've got 4 controllers for it. So I booted the thing up and connected the HDMI cable, which would usually go into the PS4 or feed out from the PS4 into the HDMI splitter, and everything was showing on the TV. It was fine, but nothing was feeding through to the laptop, and I understood why straight away, because the PS3 was asking me to confirm the HDMI cable connection, so that's why it wasn't transmitting anything. But I couldn't use a controller because they were all dead. The last time that I actually booted up and used the PS3 was when I did a stream back in the old days on YouTube, and it was when I had the HD60 capture card, the Elgato, not the 60S, and as a result, because of the length of the cable running to the computer, the quality was really poor. It just kept breaking up, and it was pretty useless. And that was well over a year ago. Must have been more than a year ago. And yeah, this is the first time it's been booted up. So all the controllers were dead. I put one on charge overnight, and yeah, booted it up today, and everything's fine. So as you can see, here we are. Now, what we're going to do here... Oh, let me just explain the game. It's a classic from the PS3 called ModNation Racers, which is kind of a karting game. You can do a career mode and, you know, all the usual stuff as you would expect. It's a bit Mario Kartish, you know, with the pickups and the weapons and all that kind of thing. But the joy of this game, the absolute pinnacle of what it is design. So you can design your characters, you can design your karts, which is fine, you know, it's a bit of fun. But the best thing is that you can design the tracks. Absolutely from zero. You'll see once we've selected a theme that what you start with is just a big circular world with no features at all, and you do everything. The whole thing you design yourself. Now, it's not like you're bringing in for example, track components and just sticking them together a la Scale Extra or something like that. You choose track style, surfaces, where the barriers are, if there are any barriers. You change elevation, width, banking, all that kind of stuff. You do it yourself. You do, of course, bring in props, which are, you know, buildings and raceway artifacts, trees, rocks, all that kind of thing. You bring those in, and they are kind of finished articles, but you can still play around with them. You know, you can resize, rotate, stack things on top of each other. You can kind of design your own stuff, and it's brilliant. Only one rule, and this is the first thing that I want from chat. The one that we did back on YouTube used this Alpine theme, so it would be nice to go for something else. So we have desert, which is quite good. Seaside. Now, seaside is good. There's a strange way that this game works. Once you start designing something, you have a budget, which basically you can translate that as how much memory capacity the game has for what you bring in. For some reason, a few of the themes are a little bit more budget heavy. Okay, so you can't do quite as much as you can with others. Seaside is, well, Alpine and Desert are fine, they're no problem. Seaside is a little bit resource heavy. Jungle isn't too bad, Far East isn't too bad, but Arctic and Big City, yeah, they can be, especially Big City. Now, it doesn't mean that you're very limited in what you can do. It just means that you have to be a little bit more careful. And one of the ways that you can save budget, and it sounds really weird, is by, once you've laid the track, get rid of all the fences. For some reason, all the barriers that go around the track. For some reason, if you take those all away, it releases a huge amount of budget. The silly thing is if you want the barriers, once you've designed everything, you can put them all back. Weird. So, any ideas, anything? Oh, the other thing that we're going to do, by the way, tonight, which is really, really good, and it's about time we did it, we're going to talk. Because obviously when I'm playing The Last of Us, you want to watch the story, you know, you want to engage in the world. Well, this isn't like that. You know, we do this at our own pace. There isn't anything that you need to listen to, because what you get is these sound effects. Incidentally, I've turned down the volume quite a long way on the game, if anybody wants it up. But honestly, there's nothing to hear. So any suggestions in chat? The first person to put in an idea for the theme, anything apart from Alpine, then we'll go with that. So I'll just wait for somebody to say Far East is nice, or Seaside is nice, or let's go all junglist, or Arctic, or Big City. It's entirely up to you. And the really good thing about this, by the way, is once you've you can actually be a long way into the design. You can actually go all the way through if you really want, and you can actually change the theme completely. The only thing is if you've gone kind of all the way, it can bugger up the position of some things. You know, they sink or they disappear or whatever. So Amy is first in. Hello, babe. Amy is the first in with Arctic. Okay, so let's go with Arctic. And you'll see straight away what the game presents you with, which, like I said, is just this big, circular, blank, open world. There is nothing there at all. And seeing as you're there, Amy, I sent Dubs a very, very diplomatic message on... I whispered him a little bit earlier on. Not falsely diplomatic. I just kind of pointed out that, you know, you have rules about... oh, actually, let's just go back. Just go back, first of all. Let's just go into Sculpt Terrain. Just to say that you know, you have rules on your stream that say no backseating. And, you know, I didn't say that you're not a hypocrite. I didn't try to make him feel bad in any way. I just sort of said that you're fully aware of what backseating is, the fact that you do impose rules. You would never, ever backseat somebody's game unless you genuinely thought that help was being sought. You know, it's just... And I also did point out that, you know, you've been tremendously helpful to me. You've given your free time to do all of this work to set OBS up for me. You've helped other people with artworks as well. And I've said that, you know, it's kind of got to the stage where they've kind of taken you for granted somewhat. So, you know, I've just asked him to be, you know, understanding, you know, just to bear in mind that, you know, you've got a good heart. You would never kind of just go into somebody's stream and say, oh, I know this game, I'm just going to spoil the fun for everybody. You'd never do that. Right, so here we are. This is basically to point out what you're starting with, okay, which is nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Now, we can start with all kinds of terrain ideas. I have to get used to the controls a little bit more because it's been a while. Just to familiarise myself with what we're doing. So that kind of thing. So we can do that. Then the other thing that we can do is change how extreme it is. Is it that? Yeah, kind of. We can change the size of it. Obviously we can rotate it. And Now, what's the one to reverse it? You can go... how do you do it? How do you do it? I've got... this is a memory test that's going on here. I think you can... Yeah. Okay. Oops. Do something like that. Have another little bit kind of over here. And next thing to do, let's go back into this. Okay, those are all silly. I do like that one, by the way. Don't know why that's not doing something wrong here. Hey, Condruff! Hello, mate. I don't know what I'm doing here, by the way. I've done something a little... I've somehow done something a bit odd. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, and then we just... let's just choose a location. Oh, hang on. Let's just have a bit... There we go. Okay, let's create something interesting there. Then go to a spot where we think we're going to... right, no problem. Okay, and let's lay the track. Okay, so... Why is that not working? Keep that leveled off. Right, something a little bit odd here. No. That's it. Why is it not turning? Why is it not... It wasn't turning for some reason. Weird. Hey, Cheer! How you doing, bud? Gosh, this feels like such a long time since I've done this. Now, one thing I'm going to do here is this. Now, watch this. What I'm going to do now is do a very, very sharp turn. Come back and straighten up. And then I'll explain why later. Going to build... This will become a bridge here. Now, I'm actually not going to do anything spectacular here. What I'm going to do is have a nice long loop. I'm going to go over that mountain and then come back down. Do something here. Okay. That's only because we've kind of reached the end of the The edge of the world. Yeah. No. How tight can we make that? Ooh. Okay. To go back, we need to get a slightly wider approach to that. There we go. Hey, Wolf. How you doing, dude? No. Don't want to auto-populate, thank you very much. Now, let's just have a look at this. The first thing that we do here is go into the track. Okay, so we want to modify the track. We want to do an advanced edit. Because what we really need here is smoothing that out. You see? And then we can pick any point. I'm not sure I'm very keen on that. Actually, it's all right. That is actually okay. Might be a little bit tricky, but that's all right. Tricky is good. Okay, that all looks good. No, all right. Let's just smooth that out a little bit. Okay. Ooh, tight little cornering there. That could be good fun. Nice little dip there. I think we can stay inside that. I think we can stay inside that. Oh, it's not a dip. Okay. All right. Well, it's still okay. That still looks good. Potentially a nice view there. You see how you can see the rest of the track? That gives you a nice little vista to look forward to. Is that a bit too much of a... I think it probably is. Let's just smooth that out slightly. That could have been too much of a bump, I think. And then we can definitely do with smoothing this here. Let's have a look at how that affects that section there. Yeah, it's beautiful. No problem at all. Yep, that's all right. There is an odd thing here, by the way. It's a bit weird. Is that where a piece of track goes over another, you can't do the smoothing process for some reason. It's a bit odd. Like this. Ooh, that's quite tasty. Okay. Yeah, that's all well and good. Now, do we want the start point there? Maybe not. So, place props, place a long track, and I think it's... what is it? Oops, no. Must be... no. What is it? What's the select thing? There you go. So we can move the start line. Put that somewhere else. Never put the start line, by the way. I learnt this, by the way. Never put the start line before an incline. Doesn't go down well. So what we want is a piece of straight track available. So that's looking quite good. So let's have a look. Yeah, we've got enough there for a nice straight grid. That's all right. Now, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to think, what are you doing? I've just got to remember what I'm doing. Mod track. Quick edit. Watch this. Hang on. No, that's it. That's not right. Edit, mod track, road styles. Sorry, that's it. Like I said, this is a bit of a memory test for me. So what we're going to do here is that. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? All will be revealed. Now, what we want to do next is go into some props. So let's go to a theme. Because what we're after now is some flat surfaces. So what we're going to do is go into some of the other stuff that we have. And there's one I always go for, by the way. This is being a little bit slow for some reason, I don't know why. But I always use the Gladiator pack. And that in particular. Okay. So what we're going to do with that is it's about the right width. May come down a little bit, I think. Okay, so that's about right. And then we are going to try and get a better view, just straighten it up a little bit. Now we're going to lower it. There we go. That looks all right. And immediately, let's place another. Now, you see how this flashing. The only reason for that is the fact that they are at exactly the same height. And it's a silly thing. You will actually see that when the track is live. So what we do, we're at minus 2.27. I'm going to move it just a tiny, tiny bit. And it gets rid of the flashing. So let's place another, go back, back to 227 if I can. Tiny, tiny bit fiddly. Where were we at? 229 or 228? It's 227, so let's go for 226. 225. Now what we're going to do here is just by doing these small increments, we're actually going to try to take this down to ground level, so it kind of disappears. 224, make the increments just slightly bigger now. And before long, it should start to disappear into the snow. Maybe too much. I mean, what we can do is actually create slightly bigger steps. Because it won't really matter that much. It will get to the stage where you can't really see, while you're racing, you can't really see a step down. Or you can't, it won't affect the car. I mean, not that it matters who, you know, if it's a tiny little bump in the road, that's karting. And we're very nearly there. Very nice long sweeping curve we have here. We might just be okay here. Okay, I'm not going to sink it entirely then in that case, but that's all right. That's okay. Have a look. Okay, now how does that compare? It's going to come across here, which is fine. I'll make sure that's into the rock. It is. So we're going to adapt this track here very slightly. By doing a little turn there. Okay, that's all right. And we're going to take this. In fact, the next thing that we're going to do is that, and then go back in. Go to our, oops. What we want here is a jump. Well, actually, we want two jumps. We want one here. Let's get the direction right. Sink it down a bit, I think. Try and get a view of where, direction-wise. Don't worry about the distance. That's not a problem. Direction-wise, I think it could maybe just come over very slightly that way. Okay. Now, the next thing that we do is go into, what was it again? That. I go for the properties. So the next thing that we do is we get that landing distance increased. There we go. And we can give it some height as well. Why not? Okay, and we're going to have another one over here. Try and line that up nicely. Give it some sink. I just think it looks better like that, by the way. As you can see, just by chance, that's kind of, actually, it's a little bit. All right, I'm going to place it, but what I'm going to do there, what I'm going to do is get the landing distance down to about there. That should do the job. And then what we're going to do with the track here is we're going to erase up to that point there. Okay? In fact, we can erase it one more bit, I think. That should be all right. What I'm going to do now is just have a little bit of a test drive. Whoa! Sorry, that was the L2 on my leg that was doing that. There. That's all right. It works. Now, we can't just leave it as that. If you were to have a race now and start going along there, along the platforms that we put in, you would be out of bounds and it would reset you. So what, incidentally, is something I do want to do here, by the way. Just want to modify the terrain just here, go into that, and just can't quite get rid of that bit there. So let me just see. I want to see what that looks like for a cart. No, it's no problem. Okay, that's fine. All right. So the next thing that we have to do here is breadcrumbs. And the first thing that we do, by the way, what is it? That's it. Make them as big as possible. Okay. And set the breadcrumb path along here. Not easy to keep this straight, by the way. It's a little bit weird. Oops. Wasn't going very well. I always get the left and right on the stick because it's kind of not natural. It's the opposite way round to how it feels right to me. So this might be a very slightly slow process as I just make sure that I'm facing the right way. But by having a breadcrumb path in place, it means that you're not out of bounds when you take this route. There is a disadvantage, by the way. One thing that the game fails at, sadly, it's that when you're racing with AI, they don't see, often, they don't see that the bit of track that you erased to replace it with this doesn't exist anymore. So they go crashing against where they think they should be able to go. So it's much better when you set up things like this. It's far better to play it online with friends rather than against the AI, because, like I said, the AI get very confused by it. It's a bit of a shame. And there you go. It's done. So that means now that the AI will do what they're supposed to do following that. Or rather, what it means is if when you race along that section there, it won't reset you back onto the track. But the AI, unfortunately, will try to do that, which is a bit of a shame. But we can't do anything about it, unfortunately. It's just a weakness in the programming. Right, now the next thing I want to do is the road style thing. And the very first thing is fences. Okay. We get rid of them. Because like I said, the Arctic theme is one of two, really. And I do this in sections, by the way. Sometimes if you try and do it all at once, it says it's not got enough memory, which is a bit weird. Yeah, this is one of the themes where the track fences actually take up quite a bit of memory. So, best to get rid of them. You can put them back, some or all of them, later on. And switch sides. That corner there, I think, might be vicious. Don't know yet, but we shall see. Okay, there you have it. Now that will release. It might not be very obvious when you look, but it might release quite a bit of budget. Right, so let's just have a look at what we're looking at. Are there any areas here where we think that we can explore a little bit more? There's potentially something there. We could head off around this way, couldn't we? And then come back and rejoin here. The ideal, really, would be to have a nice big jump which puts us here. That would be the ideal. So really what we... Now, those platforms that are used, by the way, over here, not a good idea to try to use them on an upward slope, because what you'll have, of course, is you can't tilt the props, I should say. You can't tilt them, they'll always be flat. Now, if you're going uphill, it means that anything that you place there, the very best that you can have is the very start of it exposed, but immediately it's then buried by the rest of the track. So, what we can do, think about the best way of doing this. Let's go into the track style. And start taking it down. Okay. That's all right. And from that point, let's check that's a good spot. Yeah, that's actually... not so sure. Now, is that on an upward slope? It is. So, what I'm going to do there... Take that down. Take that down. Okay, that's far better. That's much better. And we want to land somewhere here. That will do the job. Okay. So let's see where that deletes. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And we can do something a little interesting here. Let's go back into our props. What we can do here to save some time rather than going through all the stuff is select that. That's fine. And take another one. Let's have a look. How does that feel? That's okay. So we can't really... I don't think we've actually got room to get around here. Don't think we can quite do it. Well, maybe actually we can. We might be able to. Let's take this down to... What I'm keen on doing here, by the way, is I would like to actually use the terrain rather than these platforms to go around this area here. But I will need... somewhere around here. Hang on. Somewhere around here, I will need another jump. Just kind of line that up. That should do it. Get the height up. That will take us onto the track. Where on the track? Just move that around that way. There we go. Okay. And we're going to have another little jump here. This is going to be a very small one, by the way. And we're actually just going to put that about there. That should do it. Just select that. Sorry. Get the landing distance right down. Really, really small jump. Take the height down as well. We don't need it. Okay. So that's all good. And then we're going to go back now to breadcrumbs. Get the maximum size up again. Now this time, we don't need to do any very, very careful maneuvering. Okay, we can just sort of say where we want to go. This is going to be quite tricky, this little section here, but that's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with tricky. But we're going to do something else here, by the way, once we've done this section, once we've done this layout. And in fact, we can have a little bit of a play with something. So let's just wiggle this around here. Have another little bumpy section. Okay. And now we're going to do another one. We've already got this quite tricky section here. So I'm just going to widen the path a little bit here. Remember, this is not a separate route, but the effect of it is that we have a much wider track to play with. Do you want to take a wider line? Probably not. But the way that you make that worthwhile is on the wider parts of the track, which should be slower. That's where we'll put in the things like the boost pads or the item pods. So there's a reason to go exploring, if you like. Yeah, let's narrow it back down again. Just for this part. That's tricky, but we'll make it worthwhile. Like I said, we'll add something there that's worth having. Make this a little bit dicey here, maybe. That should do the job. So now we have an extra bit of track to play with. There you go. Now, at the moment, if we were to try racing around that, we would have no idea where we were going. We wouldn't be able to see anything. So what I'm going to do is just place a random prop. Let's just go for something that's quite small. Let's have something. Let's just go for something foliage-wise, okay? Now, we're not going to keep these, by the way. We're not going to keep these at all. We're simply placing these here as a temporary guide. Oops. As a temporary guide so that we can see where we're going. And don't worry, I don't need to go through the process of picking all of these up and deleting them. Because what we will do is a select all and get rid of them. I want that to be reasonably precise there. Okay, turn it around. One thing I always get wrong with this is zooming in and out kind of is almost counterintuitive. It's quite a weird thing. Oh, and incidentally, you see the kind of very faint yellow domes on these arrows? They actually represent the width of the track. So you don't need to see those yellow dotted lines. And again, these tree placements don't need to be precise here. They're only to give an idea of what we're looking at. Okay, let's just have a look at other areas because we had a split. Well, we had a couple of splits in the track, didn't we? So let's have a look at those here. I think what I would do at this point is pick something a bit bigger. Just have that there, 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 and there, which is fine. And another one here, 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 here. Now let's go and have a quick run. Sorry, this is only the controller on my leg that's doing this, by the way. We know that the other side is fine. I had to hit it, didn't I? I had to hit it. It's good. It's all good. Right, so what we want to do now is go into the bits that we've used, okay? And what we do now is delete, and it will get rid of all of those. Delete, and it will get rid of all of those. So, oops. So, that's nice and quick. Right, what we're going to do next. So, we've got quite a long track here, which is good. There's one more thing that we can do, by the way, which is always fun. I never know how it's going to turn out. What is it called? Oh yeah, there you go. Branches. Okay. I think actually, you see, it won't do it there. Let's try that. And see what happens if we put it there. Okay, that's pretty tough to actually use to your advantage. So what we'll do here is, which is the best way to do this? I think it's the advanced edit. Okay, that won't work there. Won't work there. No, it's too... The reason for that, by the way, is it's too close to this area here. So what we'll do is just make this more hazardous when it comes to, you know, because as well as adding boost pads, what you would call the beneficial stuff, you can put hazards in, you can put flames, you can put barriers, all that kind of thing. So that's what we'll do at that section. Now, I don't know whether or not there's enough memory to do any more here. It thinks there is. Not quite happy with doing it there. That could be a little bit dicey. And that could be too straight. Let's just bring it back a bit. Yeah, that's all right. So we've got some alternative routes in there as well, which is nice. Okay, next thing to do. How about for here, we have a tunnel. Will it allow us to put a tunnel in from there? Nope. Not even a small one? Nope. Too close. That's the reason for it. Okay. Well, that would have been a more interesting place to put it, so we can't do it there. But it would make sense to have one there, wouldn't it? But we can't. Okay, we can have one there. Now, that's going to be quite awkward to turn into. So what I'm going to do here is to go to the that side and push this all the way out. And what that means is the guy's coming down this slope here that you can see on the right. This bit will have a chance of getting around that corner. In fact, let's be extra generous. And I'll tell you what we can do here. So that's kind of all of it, isn't it? Let's make this a much more narrow piece of track. Okay, so that's going to be more difficult to do than going around that way. We don't need to do anything with that really, although what we do need to do... Actually, that won't work there. Road styles. Oh, incidentally, I'm going to delete the fences here. I'm going to delete the fences, but they don't delete all the way, by the way. See that little section that gets left? That's just, you know, that's just game design, unfortunately. It's not perfect, but it will do. Hey, welcome back. Now, I do want to have a check on this corner here, because it's blind. I can't, for some reason, I can't actually boost and turn at the same time. Ooh, that is really tough. That is really, really tough. Okay. Right, so what I'm going to do here is another little thing. Can I get a jump there? Can I get a jump there? Let's go to the road styles and just do a delete up until that point there. It's kind of a little bit awkward because I need to... Right, this is going to be quite precise. This is going to be quite precise. I've got to be careful about the angle of this. I want the angle to be right, by the way. I want the angle to match the road at that point. Hey, there. It is, isn't it? There's no story to this at all. The storyline to this version of The Last of Us is just appalling. Okay, that should do it. Now I need to take this landing distance back as far as I dare. In fact, I know what I can do. I know what I can do here. Let's just accept that, okay? Let's go back to another one of these platforms here. Lift it right up. Get the position. Get off. Get off. Have a look at the landing point that we've got. Lift it right up. What I'd like to do is have that just disappear. Actually, that's a little bit... Let me move that around. I want to see what happens. I don't want a lip. There, that should be all right. Look at the landing point again. Now, is that embedding into the snow? Not quite. Ooh, that's awkward. It'll be all right. It will be okay. And let's just have another one there to smooth things out. Okay, that should do it. And what we're then going to do is have this coming round. There's going to be a... Oh, actually, no, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. It's not a problem. Absolutely not a problem. Have another fairly tight turn here. The only thing I'm not certain of at the moment is how this will join up. With the terrain here. That's what I don't know yet. Okay, it looks like it may be okay. Looks like it should probably be okay. Have a look. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Come on, come on. Oh, sometimes the very subtle movements on this are not easy. Have a look. Needs to be pretty straight now. Okay, potentially very slightly awkward here. So what I'm actually going to do is get rid of this one. Okay. Oops. Try to get rid of it. Okay. Take another ramp. I'll do it the easy way. Sod it. I'll do it the easy way. No, I can't do it the easy way. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'll have to use this here. Take that up here. Just sink it. Get the landing distance right down. We don't need any height with it. Maybe just move that slightly that way. Okay. That should do the job very nicely, thank you. Nice tight turn there, which is good. But of course, what we mustn't forget now is to put the breadcrumbs in. Nice and big. Now that we're going to plumb it down to the ground here and kind of trust to luck. Yeah, that's fine. You might have wondered why I do quite a big overlap of these platforms, by the way, especially when they're up in the air. The reason for it is that these yellow arrows can actually fall through. You might have seen on the first bit that I did that it had this habit of kind of angling. And it's because they can see gaps in the props that aren't actually there. There you go. So that's all nice. Quickly drive it if I can. Oh! I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. Yeah, reset. Come on. No, I'll do it again. I always have this habit, by the way, of putting it in boost mode. You can use boost constantly while you're test driving. Well, of course, oh my God! While you're playing the game, that was my controller again. Thank you very much. While you're playing the game, you're going to be wanting to try to use boost all the time anyway. So I assume that people will have the boost. Oh, God, that is such a tricky little piece of track there. Right, so it's good. It works. That's no problem. All right. So now we have a mega long track. I mean, if we wanted to, if we really wanted to, we could actually have another breadcrumb path leading all the way out here. But there's a disadvantage. The longer you make the track, then obviously to make it interesting, the more props you want. well, you're eating up budget by doing that. So you can do some very, very long tracks in here, but when you're trying to do that, it's an idea to actually make it quite compact, which means that one prop could do the job for more than one piece of track. Supposing it's a big building where you could place it in the middle of something so you could see it from different angles. Whereas if you have quite an expansive track as this is, you'd have to keep reusing things or, you know, incorporating more stuff, and you can run out of budget quite quickly. Okay, next thing to add then. Yeah, the last of it. Winter ModNation. Absolutely. Right, let's go back into the props, because there are some interesting things here, by the way. Interesting things you can use. One of my favourites is this. It seems kind of fairly innocent, but see how that looks. That's going to catch. Won't be able to get through that. Just sink that down a little bit so that the rock doesn't foul. Check on the other side to make sure it's not interfering with the corner, which it's not. That's all perfectly lovely. Okay, it's quite nice. By the way, sometimes when I go into test drive, it's only because the reason for it is when you select another prop, it will be at the same height, which very often you don't want. You want the independence. So I just go into test drive, it takes me back, and then when I select another prop, it's not at a stupid height. So what we want to do now is do a little mark off of that area, which is nice and easy to do. Let's just take a fence. I'm assuming the fences are in here. Yes, they are. Okay. And let's make that quite big, so it's very obvious what it is. Oh, that is one thing that's quite annoying about this game, by the way. It's as you zoom in on some objects, you see how they fade out, and that can make it quite difficult to place things because you can't really see what you're placing them against. Just sink that down very slightly and have another one over here. So there, it's very, very obvious that you are supposed to hit the ramp. There you go. And then, why not? Because why not? Go into minus mode. And make it obvious that you're jumping over something. You might not actually see that, to be honest. Okay. And let's make this a bridge, shall we? That's actually slightly better. I think that's better, I think, than having. Or is it? Is it? I mean, I suppose what I could do would be to add a prop. To kind of justify the way that bridge. No, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. Don't like that bridge style, by the way. Oops. I do prefer. Ooh, do I? No, that's fine. I was actually concerned there that the metal bars that go across the bridge, if you put a super jump in the wrong position, you can actually hit the cart, but that will be all right there. That's fine. Let's go for a slightly different road style in between the two. Let's have a snowy surface, shall we? Yeah, that's good. That's okay. And I suppose, seeing as we've got it there, let's have a snowy surface here. Because that kind of makes more sense, doesn't it? Yeah. There we go. That's nicer. Okay. So let's go back into fence styles and do the delete. Except I might keep one there. Or I might not. No, we'll decide on that later. Let's save the budget while we can. Now, that you see above there is something that I'd like to block. Because it's a bit ugly, isn't it? So what we can do is select one of our platforms again. And now change it to that. Okay. Let the size up. And just place it in such a way that it masks that ugliness there of the super ramp. But, of course, we don't want it blocking the road. So, will that still do the job? Not quite, but that's okay. That's all right. And we'll just place another one next to it. Or linking it, I should say. I'll have another one there just to complete the illusion. And again, to complete the illusion still further, another one in the corner. Okay, that looks quite nice. Just actually see how it looks. Okay. Oh, I don't like that banking. Oh, that banking is horrible. Oh my word, that is a horrible piece of banking there. Wow. Now, where exactly was that? Oh, it's there. Might not be able to do anything about that. Well, this is going to be quite a tough track to race. But we like that. Why should things be easy, huh? And you would be amazed, by the way. You would be absolutely amazed. Oh, has my coffee gone cold? I hope not. Shit, my coffee's gone cold. Arse. You would be absolutely staggered how much of a difference it makes once you start adding the arrows in here. Are they under here? I think it's such a long time. Such a long time. There you go. placing a few of those, it's you actually notice them. It's quite weird. As long as you get them in advance, you really, really notice them. Okay, well that's looking quite good at the moment. I'm going to block this area off with something. I'm not quite sure what yet. It'll probably be trees. No, let's just go back. I just want to have a look around the area at the moment. Now we've done this, so the most important thing is we've got the track layout done now. And we can start to think about scenery. And also the things which are going to be necessary to make it raceable. By raceable, I mean you won't keep falling off and doing silly things. I mean, obviously you will reset when you're doing a real race, but obviously you don't want to make that something that keeps happening, otherwise it gets frustrate. You hate it, basically, that's what happens. Now, I'd like to deal with this section here. How far was the jump there? There's your landing spot, just about there. Okay. All right. Have a look at what we can use. Oops, sorry. This is the one thing, it's so slow. No, go away. It's so slow doing it that way. No. I don't want to have to keep... Oh, well, it's alright. I've got a platform here, so... Have another one of these. Hey, Lucy! Hello! Welcome to a little world of creative. Making things instead of killing clickers. Because we all like that, don't we? We like to remind ourselves that we are human, after all. Okay, now we can use these now. Anyway, how are you doing, kiddo? Let's use... Could do it being a little bit bigger, actually. Come on, what's up, babe? There seems to be quite a lot of that around at the moment. Right, I'm going to do something quite difficult. You see, this is the problem. The world actually has a base, okay? So that won't go any lower now. The only way that I can do it is to reduce the size, but I'm going to lose it there, unfortunately. All right, I have to think of something else to use there. Check that's not fouling the arches there, which it very slightly is, but it's not too bad. I have another one over here, but it's a little bit trickier. That's fouling slightly more, I think. But it's still okay. Yeah, that's not nice. A little bit more tricky now. I'm worried about whether or not I can get accurate placement here. See, this is the ideal to form a little square, but that there is tough. This last piece here is tough to get through, so I'm going to increase the size of it, I think, and then see how much I can lower it. That's as far as I can go. Okay, but it might not be too visible. It's worse than snow. It's Arctic. Okay, so that's kind of making sense there. I can see that corner there being really tough. So there's got to be a reward for using it. We'll come to that. We'll come to that later. Why does that look so odd? That jump looks really odd. The yellow arc for this jump here. Weird angle. Going off sideways. How strange. How strange. Okay then. What I'm going to do here is go back to the winter. Just do it the quick way. Do it the quick way. And think of what we can put in this space here. Okay, no problem. Let's have a look at what we can use here. Don't like that. Don't really want to use buildings, to be honest, at the moment. That's got potential, but I'm not sure yet. Let's go for rock formations, because they're usually much easier to handle. Sink this down. Make it obvious that it's a barrier. Still just fouling a little bit. Let's just do that. Okay, I think that's all right. Yeah, we'll place another one just round here. Get it joining into that rock. Or, well, that thingy anyway. Maybe just take it down a touch. Go for a different one. Although I'm not really too keen on that. It's a bit kind of pointless, really. Okay, what we'll do then is I'll go for the big boy again. But this time I'm going to raise it in such a way that it's obvious that you can't use the ramp section of it, because that will be a wall. Okay, that's fine. Let's have another one turned around. Keep it from fouling. And one final one, smaller. Just doing that because that doesn't matter. This gap that you see here doesn't matter at all because it just won't be accessible. Oh, sorry, it won't be visible, I should say. Okay, so that's good. That's all right there. The other side, well, yes, the other side does matter, actually. It needs to be, what I need is to make sure that you can't go flying off in that little corner there. That's got to be blocked off at that point. So let's do that with that for a start. That's fine. And then copy it. No, ugly doing it that way. Let's. Okay, so it's now kind of obvious where you have to go. And one final one just to block off any shortcut. Like that. Okay, so now it's obvious where you're going once you get through this section here. There's not a huge amount that we'd need to add to that. Although what I do want to do here is, because I've got the opportunity to do so, is just use that to form an obvious barrier so that you can't even see through. And the reason for that, by the way, is not, it's kind of laziness, I would admit. But otherwise, we'd have to start putting other stuff over here to provide a background view. Well, if we don't do that, it means that we're not using more props. We could do something interesting here. Let's just have a look if we've got the facilities to do it. What I want is a really big fence here. So you're barely going to see that, by the way. You will barely see it. But it kind of... it suggests something going on in the background. But I need to just do something at the top of that there. So let's... we can have up to 3... is it 3 or 4? I'm not sure. Either 3 or 4 different themes going on. So we're still okay. We've only used 2. A nice big tree. There you go. So actually, I don't think that you would ever see that as you go through there. But at least it means now that we don't need to have a think about background stuff. It's all done. Oh, going around here, mean? They won't be able to. If they try to go around here, they'll be off track, so they'll get reset, which is kind of just a default thing that the game does. So, yeah, you could try cheating, but it won't work. And, of course, I can put other props in there to make sure that you can't do it anyway. And one of the automatic things to do, well, there's 2 ways, and I'm going to do both. I'm going to do both right now. Let's go to this here. Make it... oh, I can't make it any smaller. Wow, okay. Okay, so nobody's getting around that. But there's another advantage with doing that, by the way. It saves you resources in terms of what props you're going to use. Because now, when you're down at racing level here, you can't see anything beyond that. So you won't go exploring. Oops. I need to do something about this area here. This has got to be blocked off. So I think what I'm going to do is put a nice big building in here, which is kind of there just for show. Make it a bit bigger. Oh, shit. Shit, shouldn't have done that. That was the wrong... I chose a group rather than an individual building. It was that. Although, actually... don't know. No, let's go for that. Just sink it down very slightly. There you go. Just a tiny bit. And what we can actually do with these is you can merge them with each other. So you could have something like that. And do another overlapping one. But what you find, by the way, is that if you move it... Okay, except for that one. Oh, is there a... No, there isn't a road there. Because what the buildings usually do, this is not the behaviour I expected. What the buildings usually do is they stick... They have a hitbox, okay? So if you move them into terrain, then the terrain kind of moves. You know, it cuts away. But it's not doing it for some reason. I don't care. It's actually a bonus. Okay, and let's have one of those. And then just to make it interesting, we'll sink one down as well. So that serves as... That's more of a barrier now. So it's kind of obvious that you have to go. I will... Yes, they can. They can. And I'll be blocking that off. Although, like I said, it will take them off track. But sometimes there's enough space so that they can get back onto track before it kind of registers and does the reset. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. So what I'll do now is I'll take some fencing. Let's have... let's just have straightforward, normal fencing. Make it a little bit bigger just to be interesting. Sink it down slightly. And have this fence going all the way over here. There you go. And just to save a tiny little bit of budget, get rid of the end post because nobody will see that. There you go. Now, there's another thing that we can do with the terrain here. Because it's more than just that. We can have... Oops. We can have surfaces and we can have ground cover. So let's have... That's enough there. I'm always cautious not to overdo this, by the way. I wouldn't say it's necessarily very heavy on resources, but you'd be surprised at how much effect it can have. Okay. And then let's go for some ground cover. Let's go for something... No, we'll just go for default, I think. Just let that go slightly over there, so it's almost a hint. And it also kind of just softens the edge a little bit. Might as well do that there. I might get rid of that bit, possibly. But there. So you can definitely see where you're going now. Plus, we'll use the chevrons as well. Yeah, and that's as much as we need. So now it will be obvious where you're supposed to go. And to make it more obvious, let's go back into props. Get some arrows. Make it a little bit bigger. I usually go for about 150% for some reason, size-wise. I tend to think that it's quite reasonable. Okay. Then we definitely need a warning here to say that you could go in both directions. So we have to zoom out a little bit from that rock, unfortunately, because if we get too close, we can't see it. It's a real pain in the backside, but... And then have another one that way. So we now know that you have an alternative route there. Let's just get that kind of joined up. Well, it doesn't have to be, but that's actually a little bit ugly, but hey, who cares? Now this is a really tricky corner here, so plenty of warning needed. And the same applies over here. What we can do with this one, by the way, is just to keep the chevron slightly out of the way, let's mount it on top of that. Because that should be visible enough, by the way. Let's see what it looks like, shall we? I have to experience a little bit of my crap driving to get there, but... Okay, do it again. Take the other path this time. Beautiful. No problem with those. A little bit tricky, but you know, once you've gone round that track once, you'd be used to it. Okay. Now what I'd like to do here is this terrain I'm not too happy with. So let's just raise it a little bit. Make it obvious that you can't go too far over that way. A little bit careful there. Don't want that to foul the actual surface. Okay, so it's obvious that you can't go any further there. Can do with that being a little bit more defined. Okay, that will do lovely. And then should we go for something pretty? Or not? Let's stick to trees. I do like to reuse artifacts, by the way. For the simple reason that they take up less budget if you do. Right on the bubble there. Got the feeling actually that these here... Oh no, they're alright. I was wondering whether or not the trunks were actually in the ground, but they are. That's fine. Yeah, they're fine. And then, go on, why not? Let's go all... Should we go all Christmassy? Ah, look at the pretty lights. It's all festive. Merry Christmas to you, Merry Christmas. That's the wrong song. Well, sod it. But I'll tell you where these look really good, by the way, is you can change things like, for example, lighting conditions. So you can have it almost nighttime. And these look great when it's dark. Okay, that's quite a nice little vista that we have there. I want to do something just to block this view here. Just this bit. Oops. That was my finger actually missing a button then. So what will I use? I don't want to use a building. Don't want to use a spray. Prop sprays are so expensive. What can I use? Well, I could actually just go boring and use a fence. Or a wall type fence. That would be better. Make it as big as I can. That might not actually work. That might not be worthwhile because it's a kind of see-through fence. Cows. Alright, let's choose something else. Oh, how about this type of fence? That could be quite nice. That's as big as it will go, though. Alright, no. Tell you what, I'll use another rock formation. Which are up here, I think. Yeah. There's a thing, by the way, called the red shadow trick in this game. Did you see that red shadow that appeared when I tried to place that at the full size? It means basically the game is saying, no, I've not got room to put that in. But there is a way round it, and it's so complicated. Such a nasty thing to do. Okay, and that looks great from that side as well. I think we can afford to have another one there to make quite an impressive rock formation from the other side. That's a little bit too close to it. Okay, bring it back. And that's okay there. And we will go for this old favourite to block off the terrain there. How much? Not so sure I really like that very much there. But it's actually kind of okay. I can mitigate that with something that will just block off the ugly part of that view. Just use this, sink it down. Okay, so that kind of floaty platform vibe that's going on there kind of gets hidden now. Let's just go for another one of these, but smaller. Sink it down. And angle another one, just as a kind of blocker there. Not that it's needed that much. Get another one of those, raise it up slightly, and there you... Oh, hang on. It actually didn't foul it. Wow. Wow, damn close. Okay. Right, hang on. Yeah. Oh, hiya, Cheer. Sorry, I hadn't noticed you come in. How are you, mate? And join us as we get all creative. Right, there's one thing I do want to do here. Sorry. I want to take another one of these and sink it right down and block just that bit there, because I think it's a bit ugly. Okay, I'm not going to do it then, eh? Well, I will find a way. Don't you worry, I will find a way. Oh, wow. Oh, it did place that one that I thought wouldn't place. Why? That was weird. That was very weird. Okay, bring that back up again. It shouldn't have placed that other one, by the way. It was saying that there wasn't enough room. But, hey, whatever, man. So this is largely the key, by the way, when you're designing, when you're placing props. Try to use them as blockages against kind of scenery that might look blank otherwise. There you go. That'll do the job there. That's all nicely blocked off, so we don't need to do anything really here. If we've got budget left over at the end, I can, you know, stick a couple of trees or a little bit of rock in here, but we don't actually need it now. We've got all of that nicely cut off. The views are kind of what they should be, and you can't escape, which is the most important thing. Now what we can do here, which is always fun, by the way, is just add a bit of variety to the surfaces. Okay, so just just so it feels like you've got some different spots. And even tiny little bits of ice as well. So now, as we go over that bit, okay, we're all good. Oh, hang on, I just need to check this, by the way. Yeah, it's fine. Might as well just go around the track, actually, just to see what's what. Although, I think I'm probably going to fall off here, so I'm going to take the boost off. I am going to take the boost off until that's safe. That is really, really tough. Only just. Super long boosting turn here, boosting corner here. That'll be enjoyed. And there we go, a full circuit. Oh, do I? Well, we've all got our nasty habits. Yeah, and I do tend to... I've probably got turns of phrases which are... Yeah. Which I do a lot. I'm going to make this quite a watery kind of environment here. One of the reasons for it, by the way... no, one of the reasons is that you can't really put props on water. You wouldn't, would you? So it saves budget. Okay, that'll do us. We're okay with that. Oh, one thing I could do with I just want to, actually, it's probably not necessary, but I just want to take a little bit of that away, just for a cleaner landing. That should be alright. Okay. Now, one thing I did notice, which is really encouraging, sometimes when you've got like platforms like this, for example, you can be approaching them. Let's just check. This might be the one exception. This may be the one exception here. Yeah, you can see that. So what I would usually do is look for, you know, supporting structures to put under this so it looks a little bit more natural. But the way I can do it very easily is just raise a little bit of the terrain here. So now you don't see it. So there's no way... Oop, try turning around again. There's no way of seeing the awkward. Is there? Ooh. Maybe, let me just double check there. I'm just wondering whether I've done quite enough. No, it's all good. I have no idea what's there. That's fine. Right, we've got we've used actually all of the road styles. Oh no, 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 sorry, we haven't. We haven't. So let me just use one more. Oh, the other thing that was good, by the way, is I'm doing it deliberately, you know. The other thing that's good is that I'm not sure. Oh, you can just see it. You can just see this platform up here. So I could do with trying to do something to just hide that. I've not got much room to play with in terms of actual terrain. So I might need to try to put something. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll use a couple of these, I think. Ooh, too far. Which is going to be helpful anyway, because that will help to kind of guide along here. That doesn't stick out too unnaturally. That's kind of okay. Let's sink one down here. And now there is no way that you can see those platforms as you're coming around this corner. And I'm going to put one in here just as a go this way prop. That should do the job. So, seeing as we're up here now, we can deal with this area. What I want to do is make sure that the racers know, once they've done this little jump, that they have to go over to the left-hand side. That's what I'm going to do. Because why not? Why not? Just make this a different area here. Give it a totally different feel. Okay. Oh, stop doing that. Just me hitting the wrong thing. Just being cheap again. Just making sure that we don't need to use a load of props. That will do us. It's all good. Of course, the butt end of this platform looks damned ugly. So we'll have to do something with that. I might want more of a guarantee here that you can't just go ramping over that section. Because like I said before, there is a chance that if you're close enough to the proper path, you can actually get back onto it, back onto track, before the game has had time to say, hey, what are you doing? You're cheating. So we'll put something else in there. Let's have a look what we can do. Let's have a look at things that we can incorporate. Don't know why. I've always liked this particular prop here, by the way. This is one that does it. You see how it changes the terrain? It's because effectively there's a hitbox, a hitbox there. So we can't really use that. I'm surprised that that does the same thing, by the way. It had been too long. Alright, what can I use? What can I use? Maybe proper kind of race props are what I need. No, that won't work, obviously. It might just have to be fences, you know. How about proper pucker race fence type of things, but a really, really big one. A kind of proper, no-nonsense, you ain't getting through here kind of fence. But we'll get rid of the... We'll get rid of the concrete bit of that. Ooh, no. That is coming out the other side. That's a bit of a shame. So we'll get rid of that one. Take another of these. Turn it round so it doesn't look exactly the same as the previous one. Like that. And the job, as they say, est very nice. Okay, so nobody's going to abuse that. If they want to get really careless, they could fall off the edge here, but that will actually... it would be a shortcut. What can I do there? I know what I can do. Let's go back to the fence again and use the small version. Just use the mini one here. I'd prefer that to be the other way round, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's just sink it down a little bit so that we can do that. And then go a placing. Okay, is there an end post on that? I don't think there is no end post on those. That's fine. All right, that's good. Could be a little bit cruel. I'll put it on the other side, I think. That's just for effect, by the way. Just for effect. Now, I do want to deal with this here. This is ugly. Okay. I could use one of these. If I can grab it. Should be all right. It's not perfectly central, but you wouldn't know because you can't see the platform on the other side anyway. The only thing that's a bit of a disadvantage is... Oh, and it's not the case here. Sometimes you can see the bottom of the platform underneath, which is kind of not ideal, but just do that for effect, I think. Okay, that's nice and clean. I'd prefer to have the same thing happen here. Just, not really so much as a barrier, just that it doesn't look too unnatural. And then if I can fit one on the other side without fouling the corner, which I can't. Okay, I'll just have to do that. Again, not ideal. In fact, I could put something in the opposite corner to make that look better. What could I use? Let's have a look. Something just to hide this awkwardness here. There is a chance, actually. There is a chance. It's quite difficult to do, possibly. I can't do it. I can't get enough. I can't get enough size on it for it to work. Okay. Same would apply to that, of course. Might have to be rocks again. Not that I mind. I don't mind using the rocks again because they're consistent with the rest of this area anyway. So I can use that just to mask that little bit. Why? Why do I keep doing that? Okay, let's try to... I can't get the view to be what I want it to be. It's because it's still remembering what I last used. But that's okay now. That's all pretty clean. Just see how it looks when we go flying up there. I knew I was going to do that, by the way. It's just to take a look here. Well, I can't really see it, which is actually a good thing. That means it's okay. All right. So we do need to now deal with all of this here. We need to make sure that you can't just keep falling off. The easiest way, of course, to do it is with terrain. Which I think I will do. I think I will do that. I'm going to go for this again. Make it quite sizey and quite extreme. Oh, hang on. Hang on, there is something I've got to check. Okay. I want to do that over here first. Okay. Go to this one. Bring it right down. Go to minus. Okay, and now we can cut this down again. That's a little bit of a worry there, but I can put props on that just to define it a bit better. Let's bring this section up here. Oh, didn't need that. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. It's barely noticeable. It's not worth playing around with that. What there is a little bit of what the original surface was, just right in the corner by that piece of rock there. But you'd be going so fast you wouldn't see it. Okay, that's fine. Next thing I can do is take... What will I use? I'll use this building here. We can do something quite nice here. Get the size of it up. And just have a few of these overlapping each other. Have one that's turned that way, just to keep the interest. Have one around that style. And another one just... Go on, move, 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 move. Thank you. There, and then for effect, let's have one that's higher up. One that's higher up, but turned around. And it will give the illusion of kind of a, almost like a complex development. We'll add a couple of these. So it's quite a big complex that's going on here. But the things that don't look immediately as if they would be consistent, you wouldn't really notice them, because remember, you're flying around this thing at a fair rate of knots. So you wouldn't notice anything which is kind of unusual. You know, why would you have that little piece of metal going through a window, for example? You just wouldn't see it. I'm going to block this off. I don't need to, but actually you can't get up there anyway, so it doesn't matter. There you go. So you can't get lost there. That's perfectly good now. I wouldn't mind. I'm actually going to use a different building here. Only for shits and giggles. Really doesn't matter. Oh, hang on. No, I can't use that one. Okay. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is, rather than use up more of those resources, okay, rather than use more of those, I'm going to go for a fence now to go around the inside of that corner. And let's go with the pipe. It's slightly up. Just sink it down a little bit. Try to get it started. There would be okay. Now this will be a little bit fiddly, by the way. You might have to just bear with me slightly, because what this needs now is fairly slow placement. Because what happens very, very easily on this is that while you're placing a fence, it could just shoot off to one side. And you end up placing them where you definitely don't want them. And if you do a delete while you're doing this, it gets rid of all of them, which is kind of a pain. Like that. See what I mean? You see how it just kinked into a different direction? It's quite a common hazard. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Was I happy with this corner here? No, not entirely. Although, can I see a gap there? Can I actually see a gap? Yeah, just a bit. Just a little. Oh, and there's one back there as well. I think. No, that's not enough to be a worry. Not enough at all. But there's one just there. So I can address that now. Actually, how will I do it? No, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's go for a different fence. We've got plenty of resources here. We're not worried about using up budget too much. Let's just keep a fence going around this section here. I'm going to start way back. Almost a case of giving myself a run. The only disadvantage is that because this stuff fades out as you get very close to it, I'm not as close to the edge as I wanted to be, but that's because I can't see. I can't see the assets, but we'll be all right. I should do it. It's enough. I mean, that's a little bit tighter there than we actually need, but it will be all right. It won't do any harm. So let's just go for a quick blast around that corner again and see what it looks like. I can't actually get... Why can't I do that corner there? That's really weird. For some reason, while I'm in the air, I can't get the left-hand turn. I don't know why. So maybe this bit of the track here is now easier. Sorry, it's now harder than going straight on. So that's the one that's going to need the rewards. So, sorry, I leaned forward then. I was kind of not quite comfortable sitting down. What can I do? What can I do? Let's go to the track styles. Give it the opposite of what it was. Let's make this really wide. Just that one. Okay, I'll do. And this one here, what that will definitely need, by the way, is banking. Okay. I don't think... If I try this, I might be off track. Thought so. Where's it placed me? Where am I? There. Okay. It's tight, but it's doable. That's all right. Yeah. Don't give me grief. All right. I'm happy with that spot at the top there. Not too sure about this loss of ground here. That's not good, is it? Let's have one of the platforms again, shall we? Let's see if we can use this to kind of just fill the gap a little bit. Where we kind of run out of terrain somewhat. Dodgy. Very dodgy. I think I can just about... It's not the perfect fix. But it's probably enough to save falling off at that point. Just concerned about that there, the corner of it. I can't remember what the character is, actually. It may be one... I might have downloaded it. I'm not sure. Really don't know if it's one of the defaults. You know what I think I need to do here? Damn it. Oh, I can. Oh, that's so fortunate. That is so fortunate. That's kind of just saved my bacon a little bit there. I didn't think I could move that. Okay, that saved me. It may actually be the case here, you know, that some of this might be at fault. Okay. I think that does it. I think that's fine now. And I'm still wondering. You see, it looks to me there's just enough There's just enough to raise this very slightly more. There. That might possibly just make the difference. Right, now there's something I do need to do here. I need a nice big prop to go in here. And what it needs to be is something like one of the upright ice blocks, like that. That needs to go in here, and it needs to be reasonably, well, maybe not that tall, but enough. It has to be plainly visible, because the plan here is to have 2 chevrons on the top, left and a right. Or the other way I can do it, providing it's not off track, well, that will be fine there. Get that lowered quite a long way. Maybe not that much. That's too much. I should do it. Okay. Is to have one there. And have one. I mean, how well this will work, I'm not sure. Right, I'm going to check this because I just want to see the visibility of those 2 props. I hit the top of the bridge, didn't I? Yeah, it's fine. You see, I can't make that corner. Can't do it. I can't make that corner for some reason. So this has got to be... Nah, it's alright. It's alright. Right, so that section is good. You see these buildings here and you're thinking, oh, what? Suspended in midair? Yeah, they are, and it is strange, but you can't see that. There's no point on the track at which you can see that those are all just hanging there. Even coming down here. And we've still got things to put on this section. What's the view, by the way, as you come down this part? I'm just going to turn it around. Go as far as I can. See when I made that corner somehow. Rip around here. There. You see that? So it was visible just about. So what I will do is take a nice big ice form. That one, I think. Make it as big as I can, which actually isn't that big because it's interfering. That's almost doing the job. I don't want to overdo it, I also don't want it to foul the track too much. It's just getting the red shadow. There you go. That's okay. So that should solve the problem. Try and get one more in. And just block the view with that. There. Now, no way to tell. I say there's no way to tell. I'm never certain about these things, you know. No, it's fine. It's fine. There's a very tiny chance that you might have got a glimpse, but at the speed that you'd be racing, nah, won't happen. I'm toying with the idea of whether I need to block this off here, but I couldn't see it. I don't think I could actually see that. Do I really feel sure enough? Let me think. I mean, even with the height of the jump, I don't remember actually seeing the gap down there. Well, I'll tell you what I can do, just for completeness, just to make it plausible. It doesn't matter if there's actually a hole, as long as it's not anything in there that's kind of, you know, hanging in the air for no reason. So let's just put in which one? Yeah, that will do. Just sink it down slightly, put it right to the edge. And there. It is at least fairly plausible-ish now. So this bit here doesn't matter. That's no problem. What we don't want is fall off track on this section here. So on this bit of road, we're going to reintroduce fences. And why not go for something... oh, actually... oh, no, not a wall ride. Shit, no. Let's go for that. That's quite pretty. Did that get as far as... I can't damn well see. I think it is. Oh, it can't go... it can't go too far with it anyway. There we go. Can't get safer than that, can you? And then just to be fair, let's be equitable about this, shall we? Yeah, that's all right. See how they look. They look fine. I just wish that we could do something to change these default wooden, or rather mesh fences at the end of the, not shortcut, alternative route sections. But you can't, unfortunately. That's just the way it is. It has to, oh my god, look at the distortion there. Oh my god. My God, what a corner that is. Oh. Not keen on that, but I can't do anything about it. That there is not a terrain thing. It's actually, look at that section. You see how that... Right, I've got to do something about that. The reason for it is the difference in height between the main track and this second route. That happens. So I have to do something here. It's going to have to be no choice, really. Damn it. Didn't really want to do that. See, it's still there. But it's got rid of this part here. Alright, so I'm going to have to try and get a filler in here. Not quite sure what it's going to be. What can I use? I mean, the question, of course, is also whether or not it would be visible. I think that would. I think that would be seen. So let's go. It's time to go for a different theme. Far East I quite like for the plants because you can almost describe them as being, well, a lot of them are all year round. They're, you know, perennials. So let's just put some of these in here as a masking thing. Oh. Go away. Ooh, still not great, you know. Take a little bit of time to do this because I've got a fair old bit of gap to cover. Boobies! Why am I joining in with boobies all of a sudden? Why is that a thing in my life? This is certainly doing enough anyway, that's the important thing. Yep, just enough. There are different colours of these, by the way, but because we're moving into another theme set, I'm more conscious about the budget being used up. So I'll just keep it to the nice and simple, keep it to the bare minimum. Okay, and we won't need any more than that. That will do the job. That's all hidden now. How does it look on the other side? I can't see because I can't turn the camera around enough. No, I have to go into that and then back. Well, you wouldn't see it, and it also doesn't look totally stupid. In fact, what we can do here... Alright. Ah, damn it. That's a shame. There's ice there, unfortunately. So you can't actually cover that with anything. Alright, but I'll tell you what we can do. Do it the easy way. Yeah? Just block the view completely. Put a couple of trees in. I do hate it when it does that, by the way. Really weird. It just kind of puts extra ones in. There, that's good enough. Good. Stupid controller. Right. That's good. Right, the budget is up a little bit. The white bar is, you know, the buildings, rock formations and trees and, well, not trees. Oh, hang on. No, hang on. The white bit is... Oh, God, it's such a long time. No, I think the white bit was actually the track length. I'm surprised that there's that much left of it. The green bit, I think, is the overall prop budget. Alright, so we don't need to do anything with that section now. That's all done. You're just looking at the sea over there, which is fine. Nothing wrong with seeing the sea. So, what to deal with next? And you can't... The other good thing, by the way, is that you can't see the tunnel, the top of the tunnel from that section, which is good because it's a bit kind of plain. Oh, mind you, I said that. No, I didn't. I didn't really check it. I didn't really check it. Let's just have a look. I don't think you can see it. Right, can't see it from there. Don't get enough of a view from that side. What about this way? Oh, more than I thought. More than I thought. Alright, well, we can block it. That's not a problem. What I'll do is take this part here, but not the group version, please. Thank you very much. Let's get that lined up so it's reasonably straight. The tunnel. Okay, lift it up. It's fine. Put another one in a bit lower down. Undo that. Undo that. Okay. Yeah, got that. Change to one of those. Just make it enough so that it's vaguely plausible. It should be the case that from there you wouldn't see. Now I'll put one in just in case. Just to be on the safe side. I don't want that blue building to look like it's suspended in midair. Okay, that should do the job. Let's try the fail again, shall we? Okay, so that looks alright from there. Right. Check from the other side. It's all good. I say all good. Just here. I'm not so sure. Just at that point. And bring one closer. Just have another one that's closer. But I'm still going to put one further down, just to block anything that's unusual. And maybe take it over that side as well. Okay, there can't be anything wrong with that. That's fine. Okay. Good. We're coming along. So we can just do things part by part now, and there's not all that much left. We've kind of dealt with this section here. We're fine. We've got this area to do. We've got the shortcut around the back here, which will be fun, actually. This bit will be quite interesting. Don't need to do anything, I don't think, with this piece of road here. This piece of track. We don't need anything alongside it. We can use this just as one of the boosts and maybe hazard areas. See how it goes. This needs a little bit of filling in here. And there's just this. Now, I did talk about the idea, potentially, of adding another shortcut in here. Another breadcrumb path, I should say. But we're right on the edge of the world. That there, where I can't go any further left, because we're right on the edge of the world at that point. So that was probably going to mean a tight-ish corner. Not happy with it. I'm going to leave that. What's the actual view as we go into the tunnel? What can we see on the other side of it? Do we see any of that white, or is it flat? Well, yeah, it's kind of there. I wonder if it will allow me I want to see if I've got the budget. No. Wow. Okay. No. Okay. Well, let me do that. Do that. Just trying to think of an alternative way of doing this. I want to try and do something interesting. What do I do? Could be quite extreme. What the hell's that? That was weird at the end of the tunnel. No, it's nothing. It's fine. Now, if I can get the view here, I can just turn this into water. Oops. I can just turn this into complete wateriness. Except that I can't. It won't take me all the way to the edge of the world. That's a little bit of a shame. Might not quite get the view that I want there. But it could be close as well. Let's see how that looks as we go through the tunnel, shall we? And what I'm hoping is we'll see the water. Yeah, we do. Okay, so that's okay. I'll take it a bit more, I think. Maximum. Okay. And maximum. Alright, be like that. Be like that. Just enough. Wow. I'm not quite sure that yeah, you see, there was more. It gets to the point where for some reason it's like it freezes. There is more that you can do. Oh well, that's enough. Okay. So the next thing to do yeah, all right. Just that little bit of water on the track now. Just take myself to a place where I can get a good run and see what it looks like. Okay, I'll do. Yeah, that's quite nice. All right, so let's go for... That's 100. That's ridiculous at that size. Yeah. It's all right. Don't need to put anything more in there. What I will do over here is just give that a little bit of foreground, I think. Not too much. Just want enough to go above the lip of this. Again, doesn't have to be by much. Just to give it a slightly more natural feel once you're actually on this bit of the track here, beyond the bridge. That's too much, actually. Let's just go for the small one. Let's reduce that again. Don't want that too much of the blank wall idea. However, I do want to hide that. There you go. Now, shall we make it feel nice and cold? Huh? How about nice and cold? Ooh, icy, icy. Actually, we can't go all the way with that, which is a bit of a shame. We're blocked off. Again, because we're at the edge of the world there, we can't do anything more with that. So this little bit here is going to feel freezing cold. And then do something really unlikely. But we're doing this as a mask, really. Just a bit of a mask. There we go. So that should feel nice and chilly as we get outside. Oh, I'm streaming tomorrow. What day is it? Monday. Yes. Can't even see it. I can't even see all of that iciness. Oh, God, that's tough. Yeah, because what I really want to do tomorrow is to finish off that story mode run of The Last of Us. Where am I? I'm at the beginning of fall. So yeah, I'd like to really. I mean, I could put it off until Friday. I really don't mind. Right. So prop wise, I doubt that I can put anything like there. I'm right at the limit there, unfortunately. It would be nice to. It's this difference here in the textures, but it's okay. It's fine. But I couldn't tell that had been changed to the ice texture. It all looked the same. Weird. Oh, we'll see what I wanted to do here. I did actually want to change that to dirt, just for this section here. What? How weird. It didn't want to do it. Get off. Come on. Oh, is it because of the... No, it can't be because of the bridge. Oh, well, just won't do it for that section. Fair enough. Be like that. Actually, just stretch that back a little bit. Why can't I get rid of some of this bridge? The bridge wants to stay, okay. I mean, I can actually get round that by deleting the bridge and drawing it back in, but I'm not really that bothered. That's alright. Just to give us a little bit of variation there. Although I'm wondering, you know, one thing I'm wondering about is how much of the view is being blocked off by the bridge of the exit. Oh no, actually it's a nice surprise. No, we'll keep it. No, we will keep it. Okay. First thing I noticed there was just how difficult this corner here is. We need to do something about that. So we need a fairly generous chevron. Although, no, we have another option. We do have another option. Just deal with it that way. Oops. That should be easier now. Wow. Still not that easy. How is your arm, by the way, Leah? Any kind of developments from last night? Night before? Night before? God, time disappears, doesn't it? Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, that ladder there, that's hidden. That's all right. Although we can, we can do a little bit of raceway promotion here, can't we? Eh? Let's have a nice. Oh, hey. Oh, wow. What should we have? That's nice and cold. We'll have that. Mm, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Back to the fences, which are just missed them. God, can't even see it. Can't even see it. Well, it's a bit more visible there, I suppose. Just about. Okay. Okay. Well, as long as nothing's broken, Leah, that's the most important thing. Okay, I'm going to use another one of... No, no. Let's use that one. Well, the good thing is bruising disappears after not too long. So, yeah, I'm not saying a result, but you know what I mean. A breakage is infinitely worse. Well, not infinitely. I mean, obviously, there are worse diseases. Yeah, good. Don't actually want to do anything else with this section here, because I am thinking about the budget. I mean, the budget is actually good at the moment. We can live with that. That's not as sinky as I thought it was. Now, this section here, what we're going to do with it. It's very, very plain, isn't it? Is this where we have a bit of raceway stuff, I wonder? I think we've got enough budget to still get quite adventurous in one or two spots. This is where I'm just about to find out. I think I might be all right. Yeah, I am. Excellent. Oops. That's good news. We have a tiny little fairground carnival thing going on here. Isn't that nice? Oh, we can have a really massive one as well. Isn't that good? Hey, a super-sized one. Yay. That might be slightly ridiculous, to be honest. But it's a fantasy world, and it's Japanese, and the Japanese don't do real world, so fuck it. Let's go for it. Although one thing this game doesn't have when it comes to the carnival is a lot of variety, unfortunately. What the hell is that, by the way? Does anybody have any idea at all what that is supposed to be? And that. And the unsafest carousel in the world, which is massive. Totally unusable. No, it's some kind of ride, Amy. I don't understand it. It's definitely a ride of some kind. And what the hell is that? What, I mean, it's just a big donut on a stand. What do you do with that? Apart from jump through it. Pointless. Right, next. Oops. Wasn't very good, was it? No, I can't disagree with that. Right, let me just think. Oh, keep doing that. Oh, hang on. The Far East might still be useful here. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, yeah. Well, maybe. Maybe. Because I can use it as a fence. Well, a sort of fence thing over here. Starting from maybe this kind of point here. Plus, oh my god, look at that one. That's a fail. Okay, I have to do something with that. Gonna lift it up. Go into something like that. And just let everybody know that, yes, it is on a support. Don't worry. So that nobody has any doubts. Does that need to be a bridge, by the way? Really? Does it have to be a bridge? Didn't have to be a bridge at all, did it? Damn it. It is a shame that it does that. Tried it. Okay. Let's keep it festive. Yay. Oh, isn't it pretty? Hmm. Okay. Now, this is such a tricky little bit here. It's a tricky bitch. So, the main problem is this. And I don't know whether I've got the freedom to do anything with it. Oh, I have. Oh, that's good. Okay. That's good. I can make that a little bit friendlier. Because it was so nasty. No. I can't do any banking, I don't think, on that. I can. It might be just enough. But we could do with taking the height of that down a bit. Alright, so that should be a little bit more tolerable, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah. There you go. They don't call me the engineer for nothing. In fact, they don't call me the engineer. Okay, that's still good there. Just wondering whether to give this more water here, because there's no point in anything else at all. There's just no room to put anything in there. So let's just turn it into the wet stuff. Doesn't have to be too pronounced. Let's make it a bit bitty. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, why not? Have that done as well. Oop. You missed a bit, Dad. Yep, that's okay. Now, I don't know whether to put a fence on this here. Something's telling me it's probably a good idea. But there's no advantage with falling off the edge there. In fact, you'll just end up in the water. Or you'll miss the start-finish point. So you would definitely get reset. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. And let's have another one of those. But we won't put one on the inside. Looks okay. Do we need to bother with anything at all there? I don't think so. I wish I could make that little section a tunnel, but I can't. It's not fair. So is there anything I can do? Yeah, I think so. I can just do it with the terrain. I can give it some more of the light soil or mottled grass. I have to put something in there just to make it natural. Okay, that should be enough there. It's funny actually, the like the ground textures and things like that, they do use a fair bit of props, of budget, I should say. So it's one of those things, don't really want to overdo it. So I don't think I'll put anything else in there. Maybe just something to hide. I don't think it's worth, I don't know, to bother hiding that. But I think what we do need is a couple of chevrons. Although I don't think that's going to be visible if I put it over that side. So I'll have to put it here. That's clearly visible. That sorry, that corner there is clearly visible, so that's not a problem. However, this is a bit of a blind one. Right, I don't need to do anything else with that section. I just want to do, just want to add a rock here, just to hide this transition point. There, I should do the job there. This here now. I don't need as much, do I? Just make that a little bit gentler. Take most of that away. Anybody fancy a wall ride? Should we have a wall ride? Go on, let's have a wall ride. Yay, look at that. You'd be enjoying that. Core. Don't think we can take it any further because... Oh, we can. Wow. I thought because of the start-finish point, you can take it almost there. You can take it right to the start-finish. Oh, I like that. Fantastic. Oh, not a bit further back. No, yep, we can. Beautiful big wall ride. Look at that. Oh, you could have so much fun. Okay. So much shit that you can put on here. It's just, it's brilliant fun. Right, need to do some counting here. Are those quite big? Put them down to there and have one every 10, I think. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, actually, nobody's going to really count that much, are they? There or thereabouts will do the job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That will do. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Might actually put some at the halfway points, you know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, maybe enough. Maybe enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'll let's come down a bit, won't it? Have that angled a little bit that way, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'll do there. Lovely. That'll do. Gives it a bit of feel, you know. Wall ride. Wall ride. We all love a bit of wall. Unless you're not really bothered by that kind of thing, in which case, who gives a shit? Who really gives a shit? Not sure I'm too happy with the coloration there in the corner as it starts. Maybe that is normal. Seems a bit odd. But one thing I do want to allow is much more access to that wall ride. So what I'm going to do here, widen this as much as I can. There we go. Just make it a bit more fun. See how that feels, shall we? Oh, hello, guys. Yep, quite enjoyable. I'll go for that. Right, how are things looking budget-wise now? Are we okay for budget? Yeah, we're still okay. We're still all right. Right, I'm not going to do anything else with here. Save my budget. I do have to think possibly about this landing point here. How everything looks. But I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Right, we saved ourselves a load of budget by putting that in. Maybe... don't know. I was thinking maybe something in here, but... can't see the point, really. You're going to be wanting to think about your wall ride at that point anyway, aren't you? Yeah, leave that. Let's leave that. Alright, this point here isn't very interesting at all, is it? Let's think. Not a lot of space to play with, though. Which is probably a good thing. What can we do with it? What can we do with this? Okay. Alright, there's something we can do. Raceway stuff, please. I want the arch. I want the arch. There we are. Gentlemen, start your stupid little buzzy engines. Oh, I might have a problem with the one that I just placed, by the way. I have to just go back and look at it. Everything sunk into the ground? Yeah, it is. Fine. That appears to be 2, which is good. Right, and that's an opening section that you don't really need to think too much about there. We can add a couple of chevrons as well, just to help, even though they're pretty obvious, to be honest. I was thinking about putting another one here, but honestly, doesn't need it. Although what I can do here, I can have a little play with the track again. If we've got room, that is. We may not have room. Or we may. Yeah. Make it nice and fast, that corner. It's weirdly kind of squared off, isn't it? Can't do anything about that, by the way. That's just how it is. Okay. Next thing to do, just go back to the props we've used before. Just go for that sign again, the advertising board. Put that in again there, just to make it feel kind of consistent and natural. I mean, every race needs a sponsor, right? See how that feels to actually go around this corner here. Wow. It is quite tough, but you have to get used to it. What we could do is add a load of ridiculous banking. We could really, really bank it. Nope. Always get the wrong one. That's as far as I can go there without exposing the edge of that platform. Yeah, but that could be quite a fun little corner, couldn't it? Wow. Ooh, excellent. But I'm going to put a fence on it in that. I'm going to put a fence on it, I think. Because that is a tough one. Okay. What should we have? Standard race fence? No. Let's go for a brick, shall we? Let's keep it safe. Yeah. That's nice. Okay. Again, I mean, what I could possibly do there is just add some texture to the terrain, as if it's needed, but I'm not sure it is really. The budget is still good, which is okay. I mean, okay, granted, yes, the one at the top is definitely the props, whereas the one below is, you know, ground and, well, terrain, basically. So that's fine. I can do plenty with that. I've just got to watch the other stuff a little bit more now, the bits that I'm actually bringing in. But we still got plenty, though. We still have plenty of stuff available. Let's just put a couple of raceway artifacts in. The only shame with that is it's one of the ones that controls the terrain height, which is a bit of a shame. And if you've got terrain like this, which is a little bit all over the place, the way that it selects the right bit can be a bit weird sometimes. I think that might be okay there. Just see how odd it looks when it's actually placed. See if there's, you see the space underneath there. So that's some. Oh, mind you won't see it there, will you? And that won't be seen. I guess what I can do is take an existing fence bit, maybe something. Oh, maybe just that. Maybe that would do the job. It's only got to mask a little bit. That does plenty. I mean, actually, going by that, you wouldn't even notice what it is, would you? Bit more noticeable there, so. I know that's weird, but just bear with me a moment. All I'm doing is just getting the maximum and then lowering it to as much as it needs to be. That should be plenty. And then just put one more. No, I don't need the filler. No, that's fine. That is perfectly okay. Okay, anything else? No, I don't think. I'm still not convinced that you wouldn't see that platform over there. Don't know why. Let's use a little bit more of that fencing because it's fairly cheap to use. Bring the size up a little bit. Have it embedded in there. And then just go across this way. That's going to be perfectly okay there. Let's put one in here. Why not? That's why not. Doesn't really fit very naturally. That'll be perfectly okay now. Oh, but, well, it'd be a good idea to avoid cutting this corner, wouldn't it? We would not want that to happen. And similarly, here, which you can do with just one piece, sunk down a little thing. I think it needs to come down a little. I think it needs to come down a lot, actually. Oh, no. No, I was wrong. All right. Right, well, that's done. That's no longer an option. That bit doesn't matter. You can't reach it. Is it possible to drive over... Oh! Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll block that off. How should we do that? I think we could do with some rock, couldn't we? Just put a nice big block of no you fucking don't in there. Yeah, sweet. That'll do. That's such a nasty corner, though. I love it. And just as a warning there, just so that people know that you can't go that way, just block that. I'd call that section there done. Like I said, we could do a little bit with the terrain, but honestly, I just don't think it's worth it. Oh, actually, what we can do, this is only for the sake of make it more interesting, make it more varied. I'm just going to change the surface to the rough version. Only because we've not really used it. I mean, there's no guarantee that it's really visible. I don't think it will be at all, actually. Oh well. Right, next big thing. Next big thing is this whole area over here now. Got to think about what to do with this. Because it's a big area to cover, and we want to make sure... One of the difficulties with using these platforms here is if you... Well, or any platform. Is if you have them raised above the bottom of the terrain, if you fall off, you can't get back on, which is a bit of a shame if you just go only just off, where otherwise you might have time to recover and get back onto the racing circuit surface. So if we can avoid punishing here, but the only way to do it is to bring the terrain up, which we've done quite a lot of, in all honesty. Just doesn't feel like the most creative way to solve the problem. One thing I'm going to do here, by the way. Oh, you sod. I bet you I can't pick one of those up. Red shadow is a pain in the arse, it really is. That one should be alright. Yeah. I love doing this, by the way. Let's go for something a bit bigger. if we can. It's brilliant because it makes it feel like you're only just going to clear it. You can't see anything. Incidentally, that is rideable, the top of that. You can set it in such a way that you will, you know, go down that ramp. Which is quite nice. In fact, I could do that, couldn't I? I could do that. Check that's lined up nicely. Yeah. Okay. Oh, my word. Take this. Don't know if that's actually quite enough. Don't know if that is enough. And it's a difficult one to test because I've got to go all the way around. I've got to go all the way around that arc, but hey, if it has to be done, it has to be done. It's certainly... yeah, it's certainly right. Oops. Now, I'm just going to put this in as a marker only at the moment. Might change. Might leave it, actually, but let's just start by putting it in. What I want to do is delineate the point at which you're going to jump off this ramp, that's all. Let's see how much I can give it. Got to close that gap. And do the same on the other side. I don't know if either of these is necessarily flatter than the other. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Let's try it. I just hope I don't fall off the edge because that'll be a pain in the arse. Missing my X button. I couldn't get my finger on the X button then. Try again. What I don't want to do is go up it now. Be interested to see how it behaves with them, by the way. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Right, I'll try it again. Ooh. Right, so you can see, and it happened to them as well. Right. So this needs a bit of adaptation here. What we need is the iceberg. Going a little bit that way and a little bit that way. That should do it. Come on, let me zoom in, you stupid sod, without disappearing. It's so difficult because... it's so difficult when that happens, by the way. You just really can't tell what you're doing. Still a slight gap there. Alright, that should be enough. Right, unfortunately we have to... The only thing I'm worried about there, by the way, is that the breadcrumb path is actually offline with this now. It should be okay. I don't think it's... I think the breadcrumb path is wide enough for it to not be affected. That's what happens if you... That's what happens if you hit the edge, which is maybe something I've got to look at there. No, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. It's up to the racer's skill, isn't it, to get it in the middle. No. Okay, and the problem there then is the distance of that. Oh, it's falling short now. I didn't realise that I must have pushed it forwards as well. Okay, well that's all right. Let's give it a little bit more height as well. I want to play safer with the height. And the direction needs to change as well. Okay, that seems a bit safer. Maybe just give it a touch more. Get it a bit more central. Alright. That was good. But you see how far away the breadcrumbs are. Oh, hang on. No, the breadcrumbs are actually there. That's got to be enough. Oh, yeah, that's plenty enough. Yeah, the breadcrumb path is almost as wide as this here. This platform. So that won't destroy it. Okay, let's just try that once again, shall we? See if I can drive this time. Well, actually, why say see if I can drive? When it comes to karting like this, I can't. No point in asking, even putting forward the question. That will do. I'll tell you what, the jump on this one here was absolutely enormous, wasn't it? Oh, sorry. The landing point off there was just horrendous. It's kind of right by the next ramp. It doesn't matter. I mean, what it does mean is that if I want to, I can get rid of one of these quite easily. Playing the devil again. All right. So what will I do here? Let's just go back to the landscape. And just build this back up. Just to hide the lip of that. Hello, boobies. Okay, that should do the job there. Now, those guys were flying off, weren't they? Should we just give them some help? Okay, can't go flying off that, can they? I mean, they'll bloody well try. So let's give them some props to stop them falling off. Some nice big fancy type things. Use one of those, because that's no nonsense. That's not taking any shit from anybody who wants to fall off. Make it nice and big. Indestructible. Oh, actually, the first thing to do is do one here at kind of as big as we can get it. Sink that down. That looks cool. Put another one here. Don't worry about what's happening on the other side, by the way. Put the same one there. Get one of our rocky things again. Oops. Or find one, if we can. Get off, get off, get off. Do a bit of masking. You'd never know it was there, would you? The brilliance of lying. Okay. Right, even they can't fuck that up. What to put there? What should we put there, huh? Oh, that's what we can do. Again, we can use it with it effectively not using any budget. That's the nice thing about reusing props. Is that they barely touch the budget. There you go. They can't lose that one, can they? Right, let's add some more scary water just to save on budget again. And then go the other way, just this side here, just to make this look a bit more natural. Oop, touch more. There you go. There you are. Could maybe just do with blocking this slightly more. You won't see very much of that, will you? Wow. I think the thing to do here is to just preview. Because I want to watch to see this guy here. There's one that starts miles ahead, and then the others are way back in the pack. So let's see what this guy does. Tiny as he is, he fell off. It's because he was actually sticking to the middle of the breadcrumb path. Now, hopefully the other guys will kind of vary their take on the track. Stuck. I mean, online, this wouldn't happen, obviously, you know, if you're playing with friends. Where the hell are they? Hey! Blow up. I think they've all got lost. Which may actually happen because of the breadcrumb pass that we've got. Might get some stuck up here somewhere. Well, there's one doing all kinds of shit. See that one up there? desperately trying to use where the original track went. They don't learn, unfortunately. I don't care. I mean, you know, if you design a track, why would you keep it to yourself and just play versus the AI? You know, you just share it with people and play it online with your friends. Which you can't do, by the way, because the PS3 isn't hooked up to the broadband. Yeah, arguably it only takes a few minutes to do that, but it's like taking it out of the PS4 and moving the TV out of the way and all that crap. They're not going to get here, are they? Okay. Well, I'm happy enough with that. This bit, we've only got now, this is actually quite good, we've only got this section here and where we just were, this big arc here. I'm not entirely sure what to do with this yet. So, as I don't know, why don't we go and have a look at the other bit first? Now, this is interesting. We've got multiple paths here, which is always fun. And the way that we can deal with this, by the way, part of the way that we can deal with it is to change the ground cover completely. For all of this section. And then we can do the same thing along the breadcrumb path. Okay, so we go to modify terrain, sculpt a long track. And we want to select the normal default surface. We want it to be about that. Then press L3 and right 2. Select the breadcrumb path. That's it. We just wait until we get to the bit that we want. And then from here, we're going to say, right, normal surface. It could do with being a bit bigger, couldn't it? A little bit wider. Okay. Let's see which of those is going to be easier to pick up once we reach the other side. L2, I want... No. That's the same one. I don't think it will allow me to pick up the second the second path because they're too close together. The starting points are too close together. Okay, well, it is what it is. Just have to do it by hand. Okay, that'll do. And that just means that now that going through that section, you get a much better visual idea of where you're supposed to go. So it just makes the job easier of kind of following. Also makes the job easier in terms of placing props. We don't need to do quite as much. And also, of course, what you've got to bear in mind now is that we have a much better visual aid to all of the breadcrumb path. We can now start playing, making decisions about what to add. So let's go back into our props and just think about how we want to treat things. Everything inside there is done now, so we're happy with that. We could add a little bit of terrain modification here and out here, but we tend to do that quite a lot, in all honesty. I always seem to use that as a default. You know, if I can't be bothered placing things, then just make this a little bit hilly here so it looks like you can't go there. Which, you know, I mean, it would still work. There's no reason why not to do it. Only the fact that it's kind of my default approach. Weird. I didn't get that very straight, did I? But doesn't matter. It's enough of an idea. Okay, what about our continuing with our arches? Let them continue the theme. Close off with 2 arches here, which would be absolutely consistent with what we've done so far. I was just blocking my view there. Okay, that's right. Oops. Okay, and a second one here. Ooh. No, it's not infringed. Sorry, I thought that corner there had impinged on this. It hasn't. It's actually fine. That's quite narrow there, isn't it? That's a much narrower path. Surprised by that. Oh well. Still works. And just to add a little bit of why not. God, that's tiny. That is so small. Let's give him some size, shall we? Right, just to hide that imperfection where the walls join. Doesn't matter about the head being over there, by the way. You won't see it. Won't see any inconsistency there. That looks fine. Put one in the corner here as well. Why not? Well, there is a why not, actually. It's the fact that the spear is hidden inside the brickwork. That one's all right. You can't do it here. To bring him quite a long way forward. Does that leave a gap at the back? No, not really a problem. And then finally one over here, just for completion. Okay, now we can do something interesting. Let's have a big roof. Let's have a big, big roof. Hello, roof. You don't know anybody called roof. No, I don't know why I came up with that shit. Have one roof to serve them both, if we can. I'm not sure we can, actually. Might not be able to. That's such a shame. Well, we kind of can, I think. You know, I think we can. I'm just worried about the corner there. Is that... Oh, my word, that's tight. That is tight. Will that do a lot of damage on the other side here? It kind of peeks over. Not to worry. I think I can possibly do something. Oh, well, it actually doesn't look... It doesn't look stupidly ridiculous anyway. Now, do I have anything which is wall-like? I was trying to think what I've got here. You see, these are no good. These columns here. Yeah, maybe she might be eating. Well, no, not eating now, I don't suppose. Is it the carnival pack? No, I can't use... You see, what I was thinking of doing was taking a couple of these and sinking them down. But you see what happens? They take the ground away as well. What have I got then, building-wise, in Arctic that won't destroy things? Of course! Of course. Now, I know it won't appear to be extremely natural. However, because we are on this Arctic theme, it might just be enough. What I'm prioritizing here is enclosing this area. I want to make it completely shut off. Almost a case of, right, it's shut off, now we can do what we want with it. So that's all that these buildings are being used for. What they actually look like from the inside, which is why I'm using the blanker faces of them, by the way, doesn't really matter that much. It's more effect than anything else. It's gonna have to be open here, unfortunately. Can't do anything about that. So, like I said, appearances here are not vital. It's all about the effect of being enclosed. Might have to just use one as a blocker here. In fact... no, can't really tell. Alright. I'll just double up on this one here. Unless it's already hit the corner. There. Come on, bugger off, out of the way. I think it's already concealed it, hasn't it? Or has it? Yeah, it has. Okay. Alright, we have to just do something here though. Because here we are outside the racing line. So I'll do this with, well, I'll do this with terrain. And I'll try to get it as near as I can to the bubbles. Try to define it as closely as possible. What about on this side here? Ooh, lots of space. Okay. Hmm. All right. That should be okay, I think. Gives us a clear... Oh, no, 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 no. Look at that. How careless. Okay. That's a bit shit. Or is it? Am I being fooled there by the actually being something? Yeah, it's actually blocked off with the snow thing. Right. Good. Next task then. That's dealt with, basically. Don't need anything more in there. We can probably do with some more rock work now, just to conceal this. Oh, come on. Just to conceal the ugliness of these buildings here, so you can't see them from outside. That's enough. You may well see that stuff. I wonder if I can just use one of these to try to block that particular view. Don't know how feasible that is. It's not. Well, it's okay. I can definitely get one there. That's all right. That's not causing a problem. Okay. This, I think, might be slightly awkward here. Ooh, could just about do it. Just. Only just. Wow. That was pretty close. Okay, that's all right. God, that could not have worked out any better. Pretty amazing piece of luck there. Okay, can't get any further to the right than that. It's out, effectively out of world. Call it out of bounds or what you will. That looks like an enormously difficult turn there. Just that one there. Well, let's highlight the fact that it is then. PS3 means some serious shit. Although it doesn't look too bad now, does it? All of a sudden. Weird. Is that? No, I thought that was being fouled. It's not. It's alright. Okay. That's hardly even cornering, is it? That's almost a straight line going through there. Okay. And what we need to do now is to make sure that you can't kind of cross over from one track to the next. It's not because of cheating or anything like that. It's more to do with you could just find yourself being reset without even knowing what you'd done. So we can do it in a few different ways. I think I'm going to start by... Oh, hang on. We've got one of those. We haven't used one of these for a long while, so... Absolutely no reason why not. Totally plausible. We're in a racing environment, after all. Try and get that as close to 90 degrees as I can. And then just add another one in there. Try and get that as close to the track as I can. Oh, crikey, that's not 90 degrees anymore. Okay, that's good. Don't know how much budget we've got left now for other different types of race props, which are the kind of thing that I'm thinking I want to use here. Let's just see what happens. We might end up being slightly stymied here. Why is that? I'm not quite sure why that is kind of sunk down. It is. It absolutely is sunk down. Okay, let's do the old trick here. This is like resetting. It was at 159, wasn't it? Well, 160. And it was funny, you know, because after I'd placed the first one, I was looking in the background kind of towards where the two arches are, and I was thinking, can I see a little border where it's sunk down slightly into the ground? Well, evidently that was the case. That's a shame. I've just evidently done a very slightly different placement here, so... No, it's still alright. That's still okay. It's kind of half blocking a window there. Does it matter? Oh, actually, that's alright. That's actually quite good. Okay, let's go down to our trucks again. Okay, that kind of tells us where we can and can't go quite easily, doesn't it? Quite plain. And there's no real cheating available there because it would take you so long to kind of weave through that you'd get the off-track message anyway. Okay, I'm going to treat the rest of this now with terrain. Make it quite extreme, I think. Ooh. Yeah, no problem, Leah. Sorry, it's not been quite the emotional roller coaster that my gaming usually is. You know, story-wise, there's nothing to this. But thanks for being here. I'll see you again very, very soon. And like I said, I will be streaming. I will stream tomorrow. I want to just get rid of the. I want to get through the story mode. Be a good little boy and all that. I think I'll treat this with a surface. I might have gone slightly too far inside the... Oh no, it's alright. It's alright. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. Does that need anything else in there? I don't think it does it? Itchy nose. I've got an itchy nose. Let's have a look. That needs blocking off there. Wow. Okay. That's fine. Got no problem with that. The other side isn't quite as interesting, but it doesn't have to be. You're going to be... you'll be fairly concentrating on getting around that corner, I should think. That bend there. Right, that's okay. So this, yeah, I wasn't happy with the view here. This wasn't nice at all. I'm not surprised with that. These buildings here. So it kind of needs something. What can we do with that? Don't we just go for boring old blocking the view because... Well, sorry, we're doing exactly that. We're blocking the view, but trying to find a way that feels like we're doing something natural. Maybe a little bit imaginative. Yeah, no, Leah. Look after that arm of yours. Don't do anything with that arm that I wouldn't do. I don't even know why I said that. Oh, I'll tell you what we can do. No, I'll tell you what we can do. We can turn it Japanese again, can't we? Because that's a theme that we've... Stop doing that. No, other way. Let's go. What? Where the hell? Right. We've only used that, but we've definitely got the option to use something else. Incongruous as it may be, see what it does to the budget. That's the most important thing. What we're trying to do here is mask basically, to make it not at all obvious. Oh, come on, you can do that. Now, to what extent? Building really isn't obvious now. Well, just kind of there could do with a little bit of extra concealment. You might get a very casual glimpse, but that was damn close. No, it's fine. Okay. I wasn't happy with not having any chevrons at all on this section over here. I just want to add one. Just there. The only one it needs. In fact, that's not a very good place for it because you've only just kind of crested here. You could actually probably miss it. Take it to there. That will do the job. Okay. Now, this bit here. Just this little part here. It's... Oh, actually, well, seeing as we've got chevrons selected, I might as well do the decent thing and just place one here. Even though it's pretty obvious where you're going. There's another thing I can do, by the way. There is another thing I can do. Just because it doesn't use any resources. Well, effectively no resources. Just add another 3 boats here. Maybe one just here. Change it to the next one. Yeah, I don't have the choice of doing that, unfortunately, Leah. It's one or nothing. It's usually nothing. Okay. Still not decided whether or not I need to have anything else. We've got the carnival thing, which is taking our attention there. Oh. Oh. Do need one here. So it's quite a sharp one. Not quite sure where I can place it now. Oh, that'll do. It's not. That's not actually fouling. Yeah, that's all right there. So I don't really need any other stuff coming down here. What we lack at the moment, we can probably make up for with item pods and boost pads and that kind of thing. I tend to be quite sparse with those, by the way. I know some people like to have as many as possible. Never been the case with me. Right. We have one... We do actually only have one section left to do. That's all good now. The jump over here... Well, we can't really do anything with this terrain here. There isn't room within the world to really do much with it. I guess what we could do, just for a laugh, is let's have a stranded boat, shall we? Yeah, go on, the red one. I wasn't sure which one to use. Let's have a stranded boat. Or a stranded couple of boats. There we go. Stranded boats for absolutely no reason. Because you do. They do though, don't they though? Still not absolutely convinced that this is quite as good as it can be. I think it's this little area here. Even though there's a huge rock that you can't see, it is actually there. I think we can get away with adding a tree. Just to kind of say, look, here be trees. Okay, that will do for that. I mean, anything else is going to be overkill, really. Do I do anything to protect? Yeah, I do. Let's find the couple of fences. Which ones to use? I think a couple of those will be fine. Just want something to guide. You know, because with these kind of things, it is very, very easy to be slightly out of control as you reach the big jumps. So that will helpfully just bring people in. No, not test drive again. Right. So this, my ladies and gentlemen, lovely friends, is it. This is the final section that we have to do. And now all we have to do is add the boosts and the hazards. I don't actually usually bother adding hazard ones. You know, you can, like I was describing, things like the fire traps, and you get blockers that come out, that kind of thing. I don't really usually bother with them. In fact, there was an occasion when I used to submit a lot of tracks to the PSN forum that was set up for this game. And a lot of the tracks that I did just got a hell of a lot of use. I mean, they were really popular. I was actually one of the top designers. And there's one where I had put quite a few of these hazard traps in. And somebody said, you know, it's a brilliant track, but it didn't feel like the hazards kind of belonged to it. And he was right. He was absolutely right. I kind of just put them in there because they were part of what's available, what you can use. Have I got beer? Bloody hell, I've got beer that I haven't touched. That's unusual. I was so surprised by that. It actually dribbled down me because it was an absolutely full can. And I was expecting it to be not quite full. I've opened that at what? 4 o'clock. It's now 9 o'clock and I've not taken a single sip from it. Wow. All right, what am I going to do here? I know what I'm tempted to do because it's kind of my default position. It's to use these arches, you know, the stone arches I've used in quite a few places, and lower them so that they can form a wall going around the inside. It's kind of typical of what I do. Then around the outside, I would probably raise the terrain and maybe back it up with a fence. But I do that every time. So I'm just trying to decide how much of a downward slope do we have approaching that there. What kind of angle do we... Oh, well, it's kind of quite nice. It's kind of nice. You do have a downward bit there. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start with what is kind of a default position by making all of this water. Let me make it extreme so it doesn't take as long. Everything on this side I'm going to waterify. Now, what I could do is use the arches, or I could kind of leave it like that. I don't know what's best. You know, the other way that I could do it? What did I just do then? No, it's alright. Sorry. What I could do here is do what I wouldn't usually do. I'm not actually as bothered about the exposed edges of this as I usually am, because actually it's quite smooth all the way through. It's different on the other side, of course. You know, you've got all little jagged bits, but these all merge quite nicely into each other. So let me instead go for the nice big columns, take them down as far as I can. Okay, do it that way. And then I will just place a load of these around the outside. Ooh, there's only just room for that. So wherever the joins are, just put one in. And then from a distance, it should look reasonably natural. They don't have to be evenly spaced, by the way. I know it's kind of, there are different gaps and also different distances into the water, but that's okay. Like I said, this is something you're seeing momentarily as you come down that, or round that corner. This stuff here you won't see at all, but a bit anal. I like to get it completed. Never leave a job half done, unless you've been told to make half of something. I don't know. Don't know how that works. Make me half a sandwich. Is that a thing? Ooh, jagged edge. Right, and that's going to be completely invisible there, but hey, who cares? Right, so we are columned. It's all well and good. Now let's stick one in here just for completion, because there is... Ooh, got to lower it. Wow. Okay, that'll do. So if you fall off, am I saying it's your own fault, or do I provide a barrier so that you don't fall off. I know what would definitely be kinder, but very small props, by the way, yeah, things like little fences and things like that, I tend to try to I try to leave those until the end. If you've got one small item and you try to put, say, a large tree or a building or a rock formation or something next to it, you'll get the red shadow because it's not pivot point. It's that little tiny circle that tells you where the center of the or the pickup point of that prop is. They can't be too close together. But it's more effective if you do it that way than if you have like a huge rock or a big building and then you've got, I don't know, even a column at a normal size is actually quite small. You'll be able to put that anywhere. It would fit. But not the other way round. So, I'm going to get rid of the gladiator. Whoa! Did you notice that then? It actually put me on the track, even though I was nowhere near it. Wow. Okay. Being kind for once. So I need to think about what to do specifically now with this area here. All of this bit here. I know what I could do. I could use the buildings again, couldn't I? Oh, I'll tell you what. Let's see how this kills the budget. It might do. It might kill it very, very badly. Let's start with some of the ones that we have used. Okay. Get them reasonably big. Let's go up to 150 or, well, 178, which is obviously the other number that I was thinking of. And just start placing them. Now, exactly how we deal with these won't always matter. What's the one? There's one that's it's got a... No, it hasn't got a door on it. Oh, it's one of the other ones. That's all right. Oh, it's that. That's the one. Let's have some of those together, shall we? Just a couple of those, or 3 of those in a line. See, it's not killing the budget just yet. I think we might get away with a fair bit here. I can't see the point of that. Look at the size of that. Isn't that ridiculous? But, you know, ridiculous as it is, sod it. Let's have one. Let's have 2. Let's have 2. One with an entrance door over there that you won't see. Which actually is a stupid idea. No, it's a stupid idea.
You come into my house.
Hey, who's that? Who's that? That is Kondrav is now hosting with 12 viewers. Wow. Wow. It's a big party. Thank you, Kondrav. And for those of you who've just joined me then, who are thinking, what the bejesus are you doing? There's a classic old game. Classic old, well, I say old, it's a PS3. It's not that old, really, is it? Called ModNation Racers. And this, my fine friends, my fine new friends, this be it. I think it's one of the greatest games ever made because it's like kart racing. But you design everything. Well, everything that you want to design. you know, you design the carts, you design your character, but the best part is you design the tracks as well, and that is the best thing in the world officially ever. It's just totally epic. And you see what would do if you guys who are actually here watching, by the way, all of this stuff here that you see, the whole shebang, started off as just a big circle of nothing at all. Not a damn thing. Everything that's in here we've either designed in terms of layout or we brought in from props. And it's just so good. It really gets those creative bananas or juices, whatever you want to call them, flowing. It's the most wonderful, wonderful, expressive. I have a couple of these. Game ever. I absolutely love it to bits. The only thing is that until I managed to breathe some life back into my PS3 controllers, I couldn't play the damn thing. So we're back now. We're back on it, mother. Ooh, that's gone big. Wow, don't want that. You get back down to size. Let's have one that's angled that way so it looks even more natural. I could do with that just going down into the surface just to be different. I could, oh, no, I'm not going to have it at 45. Okay. I love this game so much. And I actually hate doing the campaign version. I can't race, you know, like kart and similar races. I just do not have the skill or the coordination to do that. But this, where you just make things, beautiful. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And that's as far as I can go with that now, because this will start affecting the landforms here. So we're going to go back into our rock formations. Let's go with that. Take it down a few sizes. Ooh, it's not happy there. Wow. That'll do. Okay. Sink that down. Move it to where we can. Get that as just a little barrier here. We want some of these buildings to be a surprise when you spot them. Obs. Well, actually, I can't see the point at all, but hey, you know. Right, that should do for that. Now, the next question is, do we bother at all with the little gaps that we've got in here between the buildings? Do we try to fill them with anything at all? Because if you were to go flying off track there, you'd just get a reset. So it's obvious where you're supposed to be going as well. I'm just more nervous about things looking blank, that's all. Let's just go. I'm only doing this, by the way, for those who are wondering what happens there. I'm just doing that to reset the height at which the artifacts, I call them artifacts now, the height at which the various items are set by default. Let's stick a few trucks in for no reason at all. These things get all over the place. Probably go flying by that without seeing it at all. Won't see it there, so that's no problem. Just about got room to squeeze one in there, I think. Actually, I'll make it smaller. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, and let's just awkwardly park one up here. I thought it would. I thought it was going to do that. Come on. Get onto the platform, please. Onto the platform. Don't mess me about. I think it's going to do is just do it anyway. Oh well. It'll. Oh no, it's all right now. That's fine. The wheels had actually sunk a little bit lower than these sort of beigey platforms that I'm using. That happens sometimes. Let's just take a little buzz around that section there. Just see what it looks like. I've got one more thing to do with that, by the way. I'm going to put a fence on the inside. Okay. That's wonderful. The other part of that, by the way, is right here at the beginning. Is not pretty. I think chances are what it needs first is just a couple of chevrons, because that first corner is the sharper one. Not quite so big this time. Because I actually want them to... Oh, well, what I can do actually... Yeah, let's bring the size up. And then just sink them down, but base them as being on top of these. That one might not be necessary, actually, but... Put it there anyway. Okay, that's enough of a warning, if nothing else. Right, next is... Yes, I want to just prettify this slightly here. This... Actually, we can deal first with the... Let's just do the railing first. Let's do a barrier around the inside of it. And we'll use... Because it's quite unusual, let's go for that. One thing I do want to do here, by the way, is a double check on something. Right, so that's standing slightly proud of the surface, but you can still see a part of the upright poles below the fence. But we're gradually, very, very gradually dropping down. So I want to make sure that it's not... See how far above it is there. So what I'm going to do here is try and get that so that it's just, only just, going through, which I think that was right, and then compare it here and see whether... No, that's all right. As long as the actual fence bit wasn't going through the surface, then it's all right. I can live with it. So let's start from as far as we can get over here. That's about right. Yep, rotate the camera. Try to straighten it up as much as we can. Always got it wrong. But now I can't actually see. Alright. Ooh, a little bit tight, but actually it's okay. Straighten up. Straighten up, dude. You have to be so steady when you're doing this. Because it can just fly off to one side. Almost like, have no control over keyboard and controller anymore. It's being quite generous with the distances, though. Between... Well, almost. Up until that point. Wow. Come on. Straighten. Just. All right. The corners aren't quite as sharp now. Except a little bit at the very end. I'd love to know what persuaded them to do this kind of fading out of props as you get very close to them, because it is anything but helpful. You really do want as much clarity as possible when you're doing things like this. You know, I'm assuming that I'm on top. Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. Oh, yeah, I am. Sorry. But you see what I mean? I can't actually see the surfaces of the platforms that I'm on. So it's all kind of guesswork at the moment. Perfect. Woo! I think we don't have anything that's gone off the edges there. Or if we have, it might be so close that you just wouldn't see it. That's absolutely fine. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The inside here. Well, what to do with that? I mean, arguably, I can just play safe, can't I? Just use the fence again. Why not? Funny thing about raids and hosts, they always happen exactly the same way. I love people for doing it. It's just, you know, just really, really nice and really, really kind. They get a load of people who come in, and then within literally minutes, they've all fucked off again. Always, always. It's not just me. Happens to absolutely everybody, by the way. Absolutely everybody. Okay. Yay! Right, I do think that apart from now the track items, we might be done. Whoa! Good crash. Whoa! What the hell? See what happened then? Just went flying. Don't mind. Yo! What? It did it again? Weird. Keeps flying off into these odd directions. I've got no idea what's going on. It's just absolutely impossible to make that corner. This one here. Have to go straight on. So there's going to be... Whoa, 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 whoa. Big prizes on that stretch. That's where I might put all of the item pods. All of them. Almost. Most, anyway. Okay. Right, so we're just about ready for the last phase of it now. But I did say, actually, and it's the place to go first, is this section here has got to be very, very rewarding. Okay, so we want plenty of boost. Not actual boost, but boost collector pads on here. So let's start with the collector pads. Have 1, 2, 3, And then let's have generous pods. That you're never going to get one if it's over here, by the way, so there's just no point. Okay. And then, to counter it, along here, let's make it not quite as pleasant, shall we? So, how should we arrange these? Let's have one upside here, one in the... Well, actually, let's have two next to each other here. And then one here, because you'd find it difficult. If you get past that, you've then got to swing out to the left to avoid this one. And then if you fancy trying to head towards those cheekily, nah, it ain't going to happen. Let's put one here as well. Okay, and then what next thing that we do with these, by the way, is we effectively format them. So, always active, yes. Jet duration. Let's make the first one, because it's the only one there. Let's make it quite long. Let's make it 5.5 seconds with a pause of only 2.5. The initial delay doesn't matter, but these ones here won't be quite as bad. Let's have the jet duration 2 seconds and the pause 2.5. So 2 and 2.5. But the initial delay will make slightly different. Give it a second. Okay. This one here will be on for quite a long time. This will be a little bugger. This one is going to be 6.5 seconds. But also with a gap of 6 seconds. And this one here is going to be a funny one. The jet duration will be 1.5, but the pause will also be 1.5. So you're never going to know when that... Flames are a bit odd on that one. How strange. Okay. Now, so there's loads of boost stuff on there. I'm going to leave it a little while now before you can pick anything else up. Which of those routes there is longer? I'd say this is the more difficult one here. So we'll put a couple of boost pads down here. But only a couple. Let's have some collectible boost here. Wow. You actually allow collectible boost at that point. Weird. Because it won't allow it once you're on the track. Fair enough. Right, again, let's not get too generous with the item pods here. Oh, God Almighty! Oops, wrong one. Again, would you just add a couple? Just a couple. It's actually more difficult to take the inside line here. So I'm going to place it on the inside, but it's not going to show, unfortunately. Damn it. So difficult with these. As you can see, they sink below the surface. Real problem. Can't do anything about it, unfortunately. You have to not have them on that surface. But this is virtually drift all the way around here anyway. So it's not really an issue. Can't make use of one there. Oh, actually, well, just have the one. Hey, let's be really mean and just put the one there. Alright, a couple of boost collectors here. Right. Where did were we mostly over this? No, we'd managed to get over to this side, hadn't we? So we'll make this the more rewarding one. How straight is that, by the way? That could do with a little bit of extra boost, couldn't it? Or do you take another pod? You've got a choice. Much rather collect one there than use one. And we're back. Okay. Yeah. One thing. Oh, actually, I'll go back. You know the part where we've got the two separate tracks. I want to go back there and do the other part of it. Now, we did say that we were not going to concentrate too much now on the reward pickups, but we could just do with a little bit of extra boost here because it's not very easy to do. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Gonna put just 2 pods. Just 2 pods as you're going round here. But that's it. That's all you're going to get there. Could probably do with another speed pad, a boost pad here. Oh, we might get one. We can just get one. Might get it facing the right way, of course. Okay. But that's your lot down there. Now, we need to go back to the other bit of down here. Because we did the outside track and we want to go over this side here. So we'll have... They're both about the same in terms of difficulty. So you've got your choice. You can either have your boost first. Or maybe not. Okay. And that applies to that as well. So it's of a type, basically. Will it give us any of those? It will. Okay. Well, that's the way it has to be, unfortunately. It is a little bit limiting in that regard. But okay, that's the lot. I'm not going to put any more in now. Right, only one thing left to do, and it's a little bit boring, but it is a necessity. Starting from the start-finish point. This is actually a weird thing to have to do, but it's the rules. We have to do this. It's just a weird thing, but apparently if you don't do this, you've not got to be precise with it. You've just got to be there or thereabouts. If you don't do this and you go off track at some point, you often don't get reset. So what you have to do basically is kind of get on top of surfaces, or where you see the the arc of the flight from a ramp or a mega jump, whatever they want to call it. That's kind of where you need to be. Alright, so that's alright now. Where's the next one? It's here. Okay, those will be alright. It's not like I said, you've not got to be mega precise with it. You just basically shouldn't risk not putting them in. It causes you trouble later on. Oh, and it doesn't matter which way I choose to down a bit. Never put them above, which is weird. Never put them above. And I don't understand that. I can't see any logical reason why that would be the case. Yeah, whichever direction I choose, it's always the wrong one. Okay, that's enough for that. And then just the one more. Is it just the one more? Or is it? Somebody was dying there. Okay. Can't see the cursor. There it is. See what I mean? Always the wrong one. I go backwards instead of forwards and vice versa. Every single time. Okay, and this... Oh, it is a jump. I couldn't remember that this was actually a jump, to be honest. But, hey, there you go. Did it again. Went the wrong way. And that Mes Amis is a completed track. Anybody want to think of a name, by the way? Call this whatever you want to call it, because we are going to save it. Obviously, until I mess around with the LAN cable, it won't be uploaded anywhere, but at least it will be saved. What we can do, while you guys are just thinking of a name, is I'm just going to have a quick blast around it. What should we do? Should we have a test? I'll tell you what. First thing to do is I'm going to save it. I can save it under a different name, by the way, if nobody can think of one. You know, I can... You know what I mean. Done, I think. Let's call it Twitchy. And if you come up with a different idea, then fair enough. Right.
Biff Treadwell here, taking you through another exciting race.
Don't forget about me, Gary Reasons. I'm here too.
Did you hear something? It sounded like some sort of annoying radio interference.
Come on, Biff, don't pretend I don't exist again.
Hey, Drake. Hello there, dude.
Boost's empty, Rainbow Kid.
See them all trying to get... But they will actually get ahead of me now, because they will explode. They'll explode, but they'll reset to the right part of the track.
Ouch! You wanted kids, right? Turns out you were listening to me after all. Nice trip. How kind of you to let him pass you during the race.
Actually, it's not that difficult. Not as difficult as I thought it was. Yeah, stay on the track.
Do what you do, kid. Good work. Are you slowing down for a toll booth? Pick it up. That grip.
So you can see there, nobody actually passed me. Nobody actually went past me. It's just that because these guys have to reset at stupid points because they're trying to use the original, where the original track went before we put the breadcrumbs in. You just suddenly find you go from one to second or third or something like that. But anyway, that's what the basic idea is. So yeah, we're done. We're done. It's 20 to 10. Okay. Okay. Well, it's... Yes. Right, so there we go, guys. We've actually designed a complete track all in one evening. My coffee is absolutely freezing cold, so I'm going to go and make another one. Don't know why it does that. It wants you to save just because you've done a race. Weird. So thanks for watching, guys. It would have been nice to actually to see Aaliyah, but her arm's still very, very dodgy. So yeah. So I'm going to get myself a little bite to eat, and then I'm going to see. Oh yeah, the amount of detail in it is great. Yeah, bearing in mind, Dreg, this is a PS3 game, and the thing that really disappoints me is the fact that it would have been so easy to do a remastered version of this for the PS4, because actually, let me just silence the game, by the way, it's a little bit noisy. Well, actually I can't help, I just get a default volume, unfortunately. There aren't many very creative games around that actually invite you to make things, and this is, beyond that, this is a racer. Well, I'm sure any of you guys in here, you would all know how much hype there was when The Crew 2 was announced and then released, and everybody was playing it for a couple of weeks. And now you go on YouTube or wherever, yeah, people are playing it, but I'll tell you what, nobody's watching it. And it's got to the stage now where any driving game, and this revolves around a driving game, obviously, has got the same problem. When we started with the iconic games like the original Gran Turismo, and then it went on to like the Burnout series, that are just two examples of the ones that people fell in love with. What we were always looking for was improvements in both the graphics and the handling. Well, the graphics, to all intents and purposes now, we can say that the graphics have gone as far as they can. That doesn't mean that there's no further that they could go, but what it does mean is there's no point. There's no point in trying to add any more realism to the way that the games, any driving game, actually looks. Because you're not there to see the scenery. You don't have time. You're whizzing through it at 100, 150, 200 miles an hour. So as long as it's good enough, there's no need to take it any further. I wouldn't say that improvements in car handling and physics have been fantastic. You know, even the most expensive driving sim doesn't feel like driving. So all of these driving games now have kind of reached a kind of cul-de-sac. Forza 4 is, or so Forza Horizon 4, is that what they call it? The new one that's come out anyway on the Xbox. Everybody is absolutely raving over it, and quite right. Quite right. It is utterly, utterly gorgeous. But nobody's watching it, apart from the very few big names who are running that kind of game, whether it's Jimmy Broadbent or whether it's Fail Race or whoever. There's very, very few people who have got a big following watching them playing those games. You know why? There's no involvement. There's no involvement from you, the viewer, in watching somebody with a steering wheel or a controller racing around the track. And it's the same every single time. What happens when you finish a race? Well, you go and do another race. And that's all that there is to it. There's no characters, there's no real backstory, with very, very few exceptions. But you have to admit that, funny as they could be at times, the GTA 5, or well, rather the GTA stories, including 5, weren't exactly riveting stuff, were they? They're never going to make a film where people are going to sort of say, oh God, I fell in love with that character so much. No, it's not going to happen. People are trending more towards, if games are going to be cinematic, they have to have cinematic storylines to go with them. And cinematic quality gameplay on a driving game is never going to make it a must watch. You know, people might watch the archive stuff in such. Good thing is with watching it as a VOD is the fact that if somebody's doing a race and you sort of think, oh, the Kyle Armour track again, fuck, I've seen that so many times, then you just whiz forward to wherever you want to be on the stream. Whereas actually having to sit through and watch somebody for 20 times trying to beat a particular record on the same track over and over and over and over again, there's only so much of that you can take before it starts to get quite tedious. But all driving games have got that problem. And this is where ModNation Racers really had a chance to make a huge impact. And funny thing is, it did. It made a huge impact on the PS3. The dedicated forums for it, where people posted their tracks and, you know, they got reviewed as well. It was huge. It just needed to come to the PS4 and maybe get remastered or iron out some of the bugs that are there, like this inability to stack things on top of each other and, you know, allow items to be tilted, which you can't do. I mean, there is a way of doing it, but it's very, very convoluted. Yeah, iron that out, add more props, but allow tracks to be bigger. This would be absolutely fantastic. But do you know what they did? You know what they did? You all remember Big Planet, Little Big Planet, don't you? Well, they followed it up with Little Big Planet karting, which was this. Effectively, it was this. But they reduced it to like a toddler's bedroom toy box. That's what it came across as. This, as you can see with the track that we've just done, you can go as fantasy world as you want. There's some really stupid stuff that you can do. But you do have the option, if you want, of making a track look like a real racing track. Here you've got all of the, you know, the barriers. You can put cameras up and lighting and all that kind of stuff. Make it look very, very real. Not on Little Big Planet karting. It does. It just looks like 9-year-old stuff. So they really missed a big opportunity there. I beg the people behind this, not clap hands, what I'm thinking of. Oh God, I can't remember what they're called now. Well, there you go. That says something. But whoever they are, please, 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 let's have a PS4 version of this, because it's great. Anyway, I've waffled on too much. Right, yes, that's me done. Like I said, I'm absolutely starving. I've not eaten yet this evening. So I want to go and get myself some food, then catch whoever is online. And I will be back online tomorrow. I'll be resuming the story mode of The Last of Us. We're starting from the fall section, just after the departure of Henry and Sam. It was so sad. Yeah, so we're going to carry on. So if you guys want to experience the full story, where we're going to pick up the collectibles and read the letters and the notes and listen to the recordings and all that kind of stuff, as well as just enjoy the gameplay, please join me tomorrow. It will be from 4 o'clock UK time. Again, check your local region for wherever that is, whatever that is in your currency, because I've got no idea. Anyway, I'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody, and maybe I'll catch you on Anthony's stream if he's streaming tonight, or maybe Amy or Dubs or whoever. But for now, thanks for watching. Bye.